Don't Trash the Heartthrob. Written by Victorine E. Liskey. Narrated by Liz Crane.
Chapter 1. Stephanie swallowed, stared at her laptop screen, then swallowed again. How could this actually be happening? How could the hot movie star, Brandon Travers, really be talking to her on social media? And how could he have told all of Twitter to follow her vlog? She was up to 50,000 followers now. 50 freaking thousand! And it was still growing. Her heart pounded as she curled a strand of her blonde hair behind her ear. Her sister was always saying how jealous she was that Stephanie got the tall blonde genes and she got stuck with the leftovers. A private message popped up on her screen. It was from Brandon. "Believe me now?" Her pulse raced and her fingers shook as she typed in a response. Yeah, I guess you proved it." An answer appeared. "So, you ready to apologize to me now?" Wait, what? Apologize to him? That shook her out of her daze, and she frowned. "Why should I apologize to you?" "Because you totally trashed me on your vlog? You should issue a public statement saying you take it back." Hold up. What in the heck was going on? Brandon Travers cared about what some 2-bit vlogger had to say on the internet? How much sense did that make? And no way was she going to take it back. She only spoke the truth on her vlog. She scooted her office chair closer to her desk. She shared her bedroom with her sister Amanda, and there wasn't a ton of space, but she needed a desk to do her vlog, so she'd crammed it in at the foot of her bed. But I don't take it back. I meant every word. Ouch, girl! You wound me. Why? Because I didn't bow down and worship you? Get over yourself. Amanda came into the room, and Stephanie whirled around like she'd been caught buying illegal firearms or something. Amanda gave her a funny look. "What are you doing?" "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." Amanda crossed the duct tape line Stephanie had put down separating their room space and squinted at the screen. "Who are you talking to?" She kind of wanted to reprimand her sister for crossing the line, but she held her tongue. "Brandon Travers." Amanda laughed. "That faker? You still talking to him?" Funny thing. Turns out it really is him. Stephanie felt foolish saying that, and even still could hardly believe it was a movie star talking to her. Amanda whacked her shoulder. "You're kidding!" "Nope. He told his Twitter followers to check out my vlog, and now I have..." She clicked over on the other screen. 60,000 followers. Why would he tell his followers that? She wrinkled her nose. "You told everyone he stunk up the paper pirate, that his acting was lousy and he relied way too much on his looks. You said that..." "Stop!" Amanda was right. It made no sense. Maybe it wasn't Brandon. Maybe this was all a big ruse to get her to believe it was. Maybe... Amanda interrupted her thoughts. "Hey, he just messaged you." She checked the other screen. "Get over myself? I can't believe you just told me that." Amanda laughed so hard, she doubled over and clutched at her stomach. "You told Brandon Travers to get over himself?" She laughed again, louder this time. "Oh, stop it." Another message popped up. "What's your email? I want to send you something." Amanda stopped laughing. Oh my gosh, he wants your email address? What is he going to send you? "I don't know. I'm not giving it to him." Stephanie slammed her laptop shut. Hello? Are you for real? Brandon Travers wants your email and you're not going to give it to him?" Amanda gaped at her sister. No, I'm not. Stephanie wiped her hands on her jeans, realizing they were sweaty. The super hot movie star wants to email you, and you're not going to let him? Stephanie shook her head. Come on, I want to know what he's going to send you. Amanda tried to open the laptop, but Stephanie held it down. Stop! I don't want him to have my email address. Amanda folded her arms across her chest. Give him mine, then. Yours? Yes. I'll talk to Brandon if you won't. The hard set of Amanda's jaw made Stephanie want to shove her out of her space. She didn't want Amanda coming in and messing up anything. Why did she want to talk to him anyway? He wasn't talking to her. No way, he messaged me, not you. Then give him your email. Stephanie opened her laptop and sighed. All right, bossy pants. She typed it in and hit send. Ha! Amanda grinned. That was easier than I thought it would be. You're so easily manipulated. Stephanie felt foolish. Shut up. Amanda leaned forward. Well, what are you waiting for? Go check it. The doorbell rang and Stephanie waved at her sister. You go get the door. She grunted but took a step toward the door. Fine, but show me what he sent when I get back. Stephanie waited until Amanda was gone to turn back to her computer. She had to admit she was curious. She clicked over to her email, but nothing new had come through. One of Amanda's hamsters hopped on the wheel and ran, making a squeaking noise. She watched it run, then stop and flip over. What a crazy animal. A noise sounded from the hallway, and Amanda emerged with Jade at her heels. Oh my gosh! You don't get to hang up on me like that and then not answer my texts! She was out of breath, like she'd run the 5 blocks between their houses, which she probably had. I'm sorry, Stephanie said, picking up her phone to see there were indeed several texts from Jade. I was just in shock. Jade leaned over her shoulder, her dark hair falling forward. Show me! I want to see what he said to you! I want to see the picture he sent! Amanda frowned. He sent a picture? Why didn't you tell me? Stephanie opened her mouth to say something sassy, but stopped herself. She didn't want to fight with her sister. This all just happened, like in the last few seconds. She clicked on the screen to show them both the photo of Brandon holding the sign. Jade screamed and jumped up and down. That's him! It's totally him! I can't believe it! He's just a person, Stephanie said. Yeah, right. Even she didn't believe that. He was a movie star. He was Hollywood's golden boy right now. He was in everything. And he was talking to her. Her email made a pinging noise, and her pulse dropped. That's him! Amanda waved her hand. Check your email! When Stephanie changed tabs and they all saw a message from Brandon, Jade squealed. OMG, girl, open that right now! Stephanie clicked on it, and then her mouth went dry. Brandon Travers had sent her a video. His face was on the screen, with that circle and triangle thing that meant, click on me and I'll play your video. But she wasn't sure she wanted to play it with Jade and Amanda watching. She'd been chatting back and forth with him, and she had to admit she wasn't very nice to him. Okay, she'd been rude. But in her defense, she thought he was a creepy internet fake at the time. Click it! Jade yelled. Stephanie did as she was told. Brandon's face came to life. He wore a backwards baseball cap and a gray t-shirt. He grinned at the camera, his one dimple going in. No wonder he was a movie star. His blonde hair, blue eye thing was hot. Hey, Thought I'd send you this just in case you had any doubts left. You are talking to the real Brandon Travers. And I have to say, you're a spirited chick. I mean, dang girl, you know how to hit me where it hurts. He put his hand on his heart. Why are you so mean? A sound came from behind him, and he turned to look at something off the camera. Yeah, I'm coming, he said. Then he turned back around and grew sober. Gotta go. But I want to know one thing. All your vlogs talk about movies you've hated. Are there any movies you've liked? Message me back. The screen went black, and the video stopped. Jade screamed again. Brandon Travers wants to know what movies you like. She fanned herself. This is so cool. Amanda leaned forward. When you talk to him again, see if he will donate to the Lily Foster Foundation. We could use every penny he's willing to give. Stephanie scoffed. No way am I asking him that. Why not? Amanda asked. Celebrities give to charities and foundations all the time. It's a tax write-off. It didn't matter if it was a tax write-off or not. There was no way she was going to ask Brandon for money. That was creepy and stalkerish and not at all what she was about. When he emails you, you can ask him. Right now, I don't even know if I'm going to answer him. She said it, but she didn't mean it. Even as she was talking, she was thinking of movies that she'd talked to him about. But Stephanie kept that to herself. You are so going to email him back? Jade said. And if you happen to mention my app, no. Stephanie gaped at her best friend. I'm not going to ask him to endorse your app. Sheesh, people, he's a person, not a money bank or a billboard. Amanda rolled her eyes and stormed out of the room. Whatever, she called as she left. Jade had the decency to look guilty. She worried her lower lip. I didn't mean it like that. Stephanie softened. I know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Jade sat cross-legged on the carpet. I'm just excited about my app. Guilt rolled through Stephanie. Jade had been talking about her dating app non-stop now for weeks. Stephanie should be more supportive, even if she was on a dating diet. She picked up her phone. What's it called again? Jade brightened. High School Sweethearts. Stephanie searched and found the app, then downloaded it to her phone. I'll fill out the questions, and maybe an endorsement will find its way onto my vlog. Jade squealed and jumped up to give her a hug. You're the bestest. You know that? Stephanie laughed. But you owe me big. You know I am not looking for a man. I know you purged all men from your life when Kyle— Don't say it. Stephanie held up her hand. I don't want to think about what Kyle did. I was just going to say he broke your heart. Stephanie nodded. That was certainly one way to say it. Yes. How many followers do you have now? She clicked on her computer. Holy schmoly, I have 100,000 followers. OMG, you're going to be the next big thing. You're going viral. Jade did the floss dance, and Stephanie just laughed at her. Yeah, right. Jade checked the clock on her phone. I'd better go home. My mom wanted me to empty the dishwasher before bed, and she'll freak if it's not done. She took a step back. Text me if you hear anything else from you-know-who. I will. Stephanie said goodbye to Jade and turned back to her computer screen. With all the excitement having settled down, she had a chance to think about what she was going to say to Brandon. She was still stunned he even cared what she thought. As she pulled up a blank email to answer him, butterflies filled her stomach. She was emailing Brandon Travers. Holy cow. Chapter 2. Brandon ducked his head and climbed into the back of the limo, his brain buzzing with all the words thrown at him. Change into a tux, scarf down food but not too much, watch the diet, get into the car, don't be late. He was off to another boring event, some celebrity red carpet awards show of some kind. There was a time when they were exciting. Now he'd much rather crawl into bed and fall asleep. He wasn't up for an award. He hadn't been for quite some time. He pulled out his phone and checked his email. Nothing yet from the vlogger girl. Why was he so obsessed with her? She hated him. At least, she hated his acting. But for some reason, he couldn't wait to hear from her again. It didn't make sense, but yet not much in his life made sense anymore. He was a big-time movie star, and everyone wanted a piece of him. He had no say in anything, mostly because he was 17 and everyone thought he was too young to make important decisions. His manager, publicist, tutor, and his agent planned every move. Even his assistant told him what to do and when to do it. Brandon looked out the window at the lights flashing by, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. When did things go so wrong? When did he start hating his life? He had everything a teen could ever want. Money, fame, fast cars, but he never got to enjoy them. He sank into his seat. His phone made a noise, and he checked. The email he'd been waiting for came through. He opened it. I do like movies. I'm a tough critic, but I've given out compliments when they are earned. There are some movies that rise above the rest. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Silence of the Lambs, Schindler's List, The Great Gatsby. All tremendous films. Which of these is your favorite? Brandon clicked reply.
Oh, some great picks. Silence of the Lambs and Schindler's List tie for top. The Great Gatsby was alright, a little too much glitz for me. I've never seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Do you hate me now?
A text came in from his manager.
Don't mess up tonight. Be nice to Alicia.
Brandon rolled his eyes and groaned. Alicia Waterstone was a noose around his neck. A harpy who wanted nothing more from him than to step on him so she could climb to the top. Her father was a famous producer, so she got bit parts as people tried to suck up to him. She'd been trying to convince him they would make a great Hollywood couple. Puke. He'd rather drink motor oil. He would be nice in public, but in private, all bets were off. He texted Rex back. Fat chance. His phone blew up with angry texts from Rex, but he shut off the alerts and chuckled. He just liked to mess with his manager. He was in his 30s and balding already. A sad specimen with no life of his own. Probably because he was so uptight. Sheesh, what girl would want to date a guy like that? He checked his email in case the alert didn't come through, but there was no new email. He glanced out the window. They were pulling up to the building now. He wasn't even sure which award show this was. There were too many now. Stupid. His limo slowed and then pulled to a stop. Showtime. Hordes of people crowded around the roped-off red carpet, shouting at the celebrities as they walked inside. Tom Hanks waved and smiled as he walked into the building. His driver pulled open his door, and Brandon climbed out. Flashes of light went off, and he smiled for the cameras. Girls screamed, reporters shouted questions. Brandon waved and pretended to love all the attention.
Thank you. Brandon, what do you say in response to the critics of your latest performance?
A reporter stuck his microphone over the rope. Brandon's smile stiffened. Then he smoothly went into full acting mode.
Everyone has their opinion. Of course, I have many fans as well as critics.
Don't you agree? He glanced at all the teenage girls having an emotional moment. They screamed louder. The reporter strained against the rope. Some say this was your worst film. Have you lost your edge? His worst film? Hardly. The paper pirate grossed $90 million opening weekend. He held in a scoff. He gave the reporter a snarky look. I think I'm still pretty edgy. Don't you? He turned to one of the teenage girls straining against the rope and pressed his lips to hers. The screams around him were deafening. He made sure the kiss was caught on camera before breaking away. He winked at her, then turned to continue down the red carpet. Unfortunately, he didn't realize Alicia Waterstone stood behind him, and he slammed into her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she teetered backwards on her heels. He reached out to steady her, and she gripped his wrists, her fingernails digging into his skin like talons. "What was that?" she hissed under her breath. Oh, Alicia, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. He slung his arm over her shoulders, mostly to get her to stop impaling him with her claws. Let's go inside. Alicia, a reporter called. Are you and Brandon dating? The teenagers gave a collective gasp. Brandon shook his head just as Alicia donned a coy grin and replied, Maybe. He tugged her toward the entrance. Maybe? He whispered. We're not dating. What game are you playing? The same one you are. Alicia planted her feet, stopping them both. Oh, sweetie, she said loudly. That was so nice. She planted a kiss on his lips. Lights flashed as cameras worked overtime. Ugh. She reeked of floral perfume, and it permeated through their kiss, like she'd grazed on roses for lunch. He pulled back and forced a smile. Just keep walking, he said under his breath. Of course. They entered the building and stood for more photos against backdrops. Alicia stuck so closely to Brandon, all of his photos were of them together. He wanted to shove her away, make some crack about how many flowers she had to devour to stench that good. But he held his tongue. He was behaving. Rex would be so proud. His phone made an alert noise in his pocket, and he itched to pull it out and check it, but he couldn't. Not with Alicia so close. He'd have to get away from her somehow. After all the pictures, he leaned into her. Hey, I have to use the restroom. Go on in and save a seat for me. She nodded. Don't be long. Right. He flashed a smile at her and ducked into the men's room. An attendant nodded at him as he walked by a sitting area. Fancy. He went to the back where the stalls were and slipped into one. He didn't care if he was hiding in a stall like a crazy person. He could now check his email without anyone knowing. You've never seen it? You must rectify that immediately. Unless you're at some fancy rich people party. Then rectify it as soon as you get home and have 2 hours with nothing to do. Jack Nicholson is amazing. If only I could ever be half that good. Wait, Vlogger Girl was an actress? Oh no, what had he done? Why had he insisted on talking to her? She was just like the rest of them. A hopeful wannabe actress, trying to get his attention so he could elevate them. He frowned and deleted her email. Well, that stunk. His one distraction from reality was gone. He had hoped she'd at least be someone real he could talk to. Now he had to go back in there and avoid Alicia. Maybe he could find an empty seat by some old lady. One that didn't know who he was. He came out of the stall and washed his hands. He didn't want to look disgusting. The attendant handed him a towel. Thanks, he said, digging out a tip. When he left the bathroom, Alicia grabbed his arm. Great. She'd realized his plan and thwarted it. Come on, I saved us seats with my coat. Of course she did. He exhaled and tried not to breathe in Alicia's hideous perfume. Chapter 3. Stephanie opened her laptop and clicked on her emails. Still no message back from Brandon. It had been 5 days, almost a whole week. Maybe he was busy. He was a movie star. His life was glamorous. He probably had a zillion things he was doing besides making movies. She clicked on her vlog and checked her hair and makeup before starting another video. Hey moviegoers! I know I usually talk about the latest blockbuster film that's hitting all the theaters, but tonight I'm going to indulge myself and talk a little bit about an older film. One that you've probably seen already. And if you haven't, it's one you should. You see, I recently was told I only dump on movies. She paused. Granted, I am a harsh critic, but I also have seen movies I love. Stephanie pulled out her DVD of The Green Mile and showed it on the screen. Tom Hanks, of course, gives a stellar performance. However, the supporting actors and actresses are fantastic as well. The plot sucks you in, with the great Stephen King behind it. And the message of the film is moving. If you haven't seen it, go look for it. It's probably on Netflix or Hulu. She clicked to stop the camera and noticed Amanda hanging around the doorway. Come in, I'm done. She walked into the room. Why are you talking about that old movie? She wrinkled her nose, then tapped her chin. It wouldn't have anything to do with a famous movie star thinking you hate all movies, would it? Stephanie stuck her tongue out at her sister. Shut up! Has he emailed you back? The question annoyed her, mostly because she was starting to think he wasn't going to answer her back. She shrugged nonchalantly. Nope. Amanda plopped down on her bed and grabbed a pillow, hugging it to her chest. He must be bored with you. Stephanie made a face, but secretly worried that's exactly what it was. Her phone made a noise that she didn't recognize, and she pulled it out. A message was on the screen. You have a new match. She opened her high school sweethearts app and clicked on the red button that would reveal it. A picture of a guy popped up. He looked slightly familiar. She scrolled down so she could see his name. Christopher Allen. She wasn't sure she'd had any interaction with him. The app said they were a 78% match. He liked movies and miniature golfing, loved karaoke, and had tried over 100 different kinds of pizza. She scrolled back up and looked at his picture again. Dark brown hair, a smile in his eyes. He wasn't bad-looking. She just wasn't interested in dating anyone. Why had she downloaded the app anyway? A message from Jade came through. I just sent out the first match announcements. Did you get one? Stephanie debated lying, but figured Jade would have a way of knowing who she got matched with and decided to tell the truth. Yeah, with Christopher Allen. Oh, he's super nice. You should totally message him. Stephanie narrowed her eyes at the screen. You know him? Yep, he's in my biology class. You'd like him. This was starting to feel like an elaborate way for Jade to set her up. Stephanie texted her back. How many students registered for your app? After you talked about it on your vlog, we got about 200 from our high school, and I've had to add in 20 more schools because of the high demand. It was more than Stephanie had figured, but she was still on a guy purge. Wow, that's great. But I said I'd download the app and fill out the form. I never said I'd go on a date. Just think about it, okay? He's a nice guy. Yeah, so was Kyle until he turned out to not be. Forget Kyle. Not every guy is like that. A disgusting pig and a liar. Stephanie stopped herself from typing the other words she wanted to type. She needed to let go of what Kyle did to her. There are some decent guys out there. Stephanie made a face. Jade was probably right. She just wasn't ready to put her heart on the line again. It was just too soon. Maybe. She decided to change the subject. Want to go to the movies tonight? This is the newest remake we haven't made fun of yet. Sorry, I'm super swamped. I've got to add 10 more schools to this app. It's spreading fast. Okay. I'm glad it's going well. Thanks. Chat later. Stephanie pocketed her phone. Well, stink. She was hoping to go do something with Jade tonight. Now she was stuck at home, alone. She reached into her backpack and pulled out her lines for the upcoming play she was in. Maybe she should spend more time memorizing anyway. The school was doing Little Shop of Horrors, and she had landed the role of Audrey. The doorbell rang, and Amanda jumped up. That's Cole. We're going to the movies tonight. Have fun, Stephanie said, a pang of jealousy pulling at her stomach. Not that she wanted to go on a date. Not at all. She didn't want a boyfriend. But that didn't mean she wanted to be bored all weekend either. She sighed and leaned back into her pillows. This was going to be a stupid evening. Before she could settle too much into a depression, an alert sounded on her phone. She pulled it out and checked the screen. It was a message from Christopher.
Hi. I see we've been matched. I don't think we've met.
Stephanie sighed and blew a strand of hair out of her face. Why had she let Jade talk her into filling out the application? She should have just plugged the app without downloading it. Now she was stuck. She had to answer him or she'd be rude. And she didn't want to leave him hanging. You're right, we haven't met. Hello, I'm Stephanie. The app showed he was typing.
Hello, Stephanie. It's nice to fake meet you.
Stephanie laughed and typed in a response. You're not really meeting me?
Nope. If we meet in an app, it doesn't count as a real meet. We'll have to meet in person for that.
His message hung in the air between them, and Stephanie looked up to the ceiling. The chit-chat didn't last long, did it? Now he was asking to meet her in person, and she wasn't sure she wanted to do that. Another message popped up.
Okay, that might have sounded like I was asking to meet you in person, which I wasn't, really. Not that I don't want to meet you in person. I'd love to. But we just started talking, so that might sound a bit forward. Am I messing this up? I think I sound like a creeper. I swear I'm not.
She smiled and typed a response. You don't sound like a creeper. I just have to be honest. I signed up for the app because I'm Jade's friend. I'm not really looking for a relationship.
I'm totally cool with that. How about we put that in the taboo section right away? No pressure, just friends. You are up for making a friend, aren't you?
A friend. Stephanie liked the sound of that. The no pressure thing was just what she wanted. Yes, I think that's good. Let's try friendship. Chapter 4. I didn't realize you'd be here, sweetie. The shrill voice carried over the music and made Brandon freeze. Alicia. He turned from his conversation with Tony and cringed when he saw what she was wearing. A white dress so tight and low-cut, he was afraid she'd spill out of it. How had she found out which club he was at? He thought he'd successfully avoided her by going to several tonight. Maybe Rex told her where he was now. Sounded like something he'd do. Brandon plastered on a fake smile and nodded.
Alicia?
She grabbed his arm and wrapped herself around it. Come, let's dance. The pounding of the bass was making him dizzy. Or maybe it was the alcohol he'd consumed, or the late hour. The club was actually for 21 and older, but you'd be surprised what you could get away with when you're a famous movie star. There were plenty of people willing to look the other way, or readily willing to give him alcohol and get him into the exclusive clubs. "Not now," he said, waving her away.
"Brandon, baby, I want to dance."
Her whine hurt his head. "You can go dance," Tony said, motioning to the dance floor and picking up his drink. "I don't mind." Tony Perry was the closest thing Brandon had to a best friend. He was a rising star as well, 17 and starring in his own sitcom. They usually hung out together if they ended up at the same party, but it was all surface talk between them. An acquaintance. Party buddy. Nothing more. They didn't have much else in common besides acting. "I have a headache," Brandon said, trying to wiggle himself away from Alicia's death grip. It didn't work.
"I'll distract you from it,"
Alicia said in his ear. He wanted to shove her away and tell her how despicable she was. But Rex had threatened him with fire and brimstone if he got any more bad publicity. And a photo showing him shoving away Alicia Waterstone would definitely count as bad publicity. He didn't want to party with Alicia. He could think of a billion things he'd rather be doing. But the criticism of his latest performance was mounting, and he was starting to see the consequences. Converse had dropped him from their ad campaign, and the role he thought he had in the bag had been given to someone else. Alicia's father was powerful and had a lot of connections. If she went whining to him, he could lose more than just a stupid commercial account. He downed his drink, then allowed Alicia to drag him out onto the dance floor. He closed his eyes and let the music drown out the echoes of Alicia's screechy voice. Rex wanted him to try out for the part of a son in a family drama show. He hated the script. It was all wrong for him. He wanted to be the lead character, not in some supporting role. Alicia leaned close to him.
"You look mad,"
she hissed in his ear.
"Stop it! People are taking pictures."
She was right. Flashes of light were constantly going off. "People are always taking our picture," he said over the music.
"Stop brooding."
She gave him a fierce look before plastering on a smile.
"Honey."
"Don't ever call me that again." She rolled her eyes, then grabbed onto his shoulders and pressed herself to him. Anyone else would think they were having an intimate moment. All Brandon felt were her fingernails digging into his shoulders.
"Be nice to me, or you might not like what happens."
He pulled back from her. "Of course I'll be nice." Then he tacked on, "Sweetheart." But it sounded more like he was using the word as a weapon. She smiled at him, her expression sickeningly sweet.
"Do you want to go somewhere more private?"
"No." He smiled and pointed to his temple. "Headache."
"Come on, baby. Don't you want to get to know me better? We could leave here, go somewhere more quiet."
"Don't you mean quieter?" She glared at him. He took a good, long look at her. She was gritting her teeth. She didn't like him any more than he liked her. Then he turned and saw a mob of paparazzi with their cameras. That was the game. Be seen with someone more popular than you and get into the tabloids. Get your name out there. She was just playing the game. He leaned close to her. "If I let you be seen leaving with me, will you stop talking?" She scowled, but finally nodded.
"Deal."
He pulled her close, gave her his Hollywood smile, and said, "Come on, let's go." She grinned at him, and anyone watching wouldn't be able to tell they hated each other. Maybe she wasn't that bad of an actress after all. He took her hand and led her to the doors. cameras flashed as they left, and Alicia leaned toward him, her lips pursed. At the last second, he turned his face so the kiss landed on his cheek. Alicia's eyes flashed at him. Once outside, his driver pulled up, and he opened the door for her. They both climbed in the back of his car. Alicia waved at the crowds. After the door was shut and he told the driver to drop Alicia off at her home, he pulled out his phone and scooted to the far side of the bench seat. Alicia narrowed her eyes at him. "Why do you hate me so much? What did I ever do to you?" He mentally rolled his eyes. She was such a drama queen.
I don't hate you.
He just didn't like her, but he kept that part to himself. He opened his email and saw a new one from the vlogger girl. Odd. He hadn't expected her to email him. She didn't seem like the needy type on her vlog. Alicia exhaled loudly. "Well, you sure don't like me." Bingo. He let her comment float in the air as he opened the email. "Hey, this is Stephanie's sister. Don't tell her I've been using her laptop. I just wanted to know why you haven't answered her back. She's been testy lately, and I kind of think it's because you ghosted her. Amanda." Brandon smiled despite himself. "What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me?" Alicia moved closer to him and looked at his phone screen. He turned so she couldn't see it.
Alicia, listen. You don't like me. I can see it all over your face. Why are you insisting that we should be together?
She frowned. "We make sense. People want a Hollywood romance. Can't you see that?"
I've had Hollywood romances. They aren't as great as they seem.
Alicia pouted. "I need a date for the Save the Sea Gala next week. If you go with me, I'll leave you alone otherwise." Brandon studied her.
That's all you wanted?
"I can't go alone."
All right, but then that's it, okay?
She nodded and folded her arms. "Fine." She turned away from him and stared out the darkened window. Good. At least that was settled. And she wasn't even that ticked off at him. He clicked to reply to Amanda.
Stephanie looks pretty testy all the time. What makes you think I had anything to do with it?
He hadn't expected a quick reply, but one came. "A hunch? So, what's up? Did she make you mad, or are you bored with her?" Brandon debated telling her the truth. Finally, he decided it was better to just come out with it.
I'm not interested in aspiring actresses. Too many bad experiences getting used.
Again, the reply came quickly. "Stephanie doesn't want to be in films. She wants to star on Broadway. And she'd never use you as a stepping stone. She's not like that." Brandon lifted one eyebrow.
How do I know that?
"You watch her vlog. Has she posted the video you sent? Did she mention to her followers that you've been chatting with her? The only benefit she's gotten from talking to you was from you telling your followers to check out her vlog. She didn't do that. You did." The girl had a point. If Stephanie wanted to benefit from him, she would have shared his personal video everywhere. He smiled at that thought. Maybe Amanda was right. Maybe his vlogger girl wasn't out to use him.
What's your sister's phone number? I'll message her.
Oh no, I'm not telling you that. You have to get it from her. She'd kill me if I gave it to you. He chuckled.
Okay, got it. I'll email her. Delete these. I don't want you to get into trouble.
Will do. Brandon started a new email chain and addressed it to Stephanie.
Send me your digits.
He figured that was enough. If she didn't want to talk to him, she wouldn't give them. Chapter 5. The movie credits rolled as Stephanie scraped her finger in the bottom of the popcorn bowl to get the last of the salt. She'd been on an old movie kick lately, rewatching her favorites. Tonight's feature had been Vertigo with Jimmy Stewart. Amanda came into the living room and plopped down on the sofa. "You done wallowing?" Stephanie scoffed. "I'm not wallowing, and I thought you were on a date with Cole." Amanda made a face. It's past midnight. I got home like an hour ago." "Really?" Stephanie checked the clock. She was right. "Go check your email. I think you might have a message." Stephanie stared at her sister. Why was she shifting in her seat like that? And why did she have an incredibly guilty look on her face? "What are you talking about?" Amanda avoided her gaze. "Nothing. Just go check it." Oh no. This was not good. "What did you do?" "Nothing, I swear." Her face betrayed her lie. She so totally did something. "You are a horrible liar." Dread settled in her stomach. "You messaged Brandon, didn't you?" Amanda held up her hands. "Okay, maybe. But don't get mad. He thought you were trying to get an in with him." "An in? What do you mean?" Stephanie didn't wait for Amanda to explain. She jumped up and started toward her room. "He thought you wanted to use him to get into film acting," Amanda called after her. Ugh! What had Amanda done? She slammed her bedroom door and grabbed her laptop. She hopped into the bed and set her laptop on her legs, then opened it. His email just said one thing. "Send me your digits." The door opened and Amanda crept in. What did he say? Panic seized Stephanie. "He wants my phone number. Why does he want that? What did you say to him?" Amanda sighed and sat on her bed, crossing her legs. "I convinced him you weren't out to use him, that's all. He just wants to talk to you." "I don't want to talk to him on the phone." "Oh, please. You've been so bummed he didn't email you back. Come on. You can't tell me you don't want to talk to him." Stephanie must suck at hiding her feelings. Her sister saw right through her. It's too weird. The guy got you a bazillion followers overnight. You owe him at least a phone call. Yeah, he did do something nice for her. And so what if he wanted to talk to her? She was being paranoid. She clicked the reply button, then hovered her fingers over the keyboard. "If I send them, that doesn't mean he will call me." Do you want him to call or don't you? Because I can't tell. Amanda's face reflected her annoyance. Stephanie paused while her emotions made her head spin. "I don't know. Just type it in." Stephanie stared at the blinking cursor. "All right." She typed in her number and hit send before she could change her mind. Her gaze involuntarily went to her phone sitting on her bed. Amanda snorted. "Like he's going to call you right now." When her phone lit up with a text, they both jumped. Stephanie grabbed her phone, her heart in her throat. The name that was on the screen wasn't Brandon, though. It was Christopher. She let out a breath. "It's not him." "Is it Jade? Because I'm going to kill her right now." "No, a guy Jade's app matched me with. We've been chatting a bit." Amanda's eyes widened. "Seriously? You have a movie star interested in you and you're chatting with some guy at our high school?" "Shut up. Brandon's totally not interested in me." The notion was ridiculous. How could Amanda even think it? Amanda groaned and flopped back on her bed. "Whatever." Stephanie opened Christopher's message. "Sorry it's late. I hope your phone doesn't let you know when I message because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and that would be rude to wake you up. I just was wondering if you want to hang out tomorrow or something. Anyway, I hope I didn't wake you. Let me know tomorrow." For some reason, his message made Stephanie smile. "You didn't wake me. I was up. Another message from him came back quickly.
Good. I was hoping you wouldn't think I was crazy, up at this hour.
If you're crazy, then I'm crazy too.
So, about tomorrow. Want to meet me at the Spotted Cow? After lunch? I'll buy you ice cream. As friends, of course. But if you don't want to, that's fine too.
Stephanie groaned and leaned back onto her pillows. Amanda raised an eyebrow at her. What? He wants to go out with me. I told him I wasn't looking for a relationship, so he said we could just be friends. But now he wants to go have ice cream tomorrow. Amanda squinted at her. So you told him you'd like to be friends, but you never want to meet him in person?
Aren't you being just a bit unreasonable? Friends go out and do stuff together. That's the whole point of having friends.
Of course, Amanda was right. Stephanie felt foolish even thinking that she had a reason to complain about Christopher. You're right, she said, sighing deeply. Tell him you'll have ice cream with him, but don't fall for the guy. Because you're supposed to fall for Brandon Travers and marry him so I can have the most interesting family reunions ever. Amanda grinned at her. Shut up, Stephanie said. But she couldn't help the laugh that bubbled out of her. Chapter 6. Headache, mind-numbing pain. That's all that registered as Brandon rolled over in his king-sized bed. His hangover was worse than normal. What had happened last night? Oh, yeah. The club. Alicia. He suddenly remembered and sat up, his head spinning. Alicia had ruined last night. At least he'd worked out a deal with her. One more event and then he'd be free of her. Thank goodness. She was annoying. He glanced at his clock and moaned. He was late for his photo shoot. He crawled out of bed and forced himself to stagger into the bathroom. The tile floor was cold under his bare feet. Why couldn't he have one day to himself? He hated photo shoots. Brandon! His mother's voice carried up from downstairs. I know, Mom, I'm up. He turned on the shower. Hurry! You have to leave in 20 minutes or you'll be late. He nodded, even though she couldn't see him. Yeah, he called out, then shut the bathroom door. He felt like he was going to be sick. He undressed and climbed into the shower, standing under the hot spray. It didn't help much. He spent too long in the shower, then had to rush to get his clothes on. When he sprinted down the stairs, he almost lost it, dizziness taking over him. The smell of scrambled eggs hit him as he walked into the kitchen and had to stop and swallow back the nausea. I made you breakfast. You can take some with you. His mother reached for the cupboard with the plastic containers. No, Mom, thanks. I'm good. His mother lowered her arm and turned to look at him. Dear heavens, what were you out doing last night? You look awful. Her mouth stretched into a frown. You're hungover, aren't you? He didn't answer her. What are you thinking? There are 100 reasons why you shouldn't be out drinking. It's illegal, for one. You're only 17. If we lived in Germany, I could drink. He steeled his gaze at her. She stiffened. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's a good idea. I'm fine, Mom. You're not fine. Look at you. You have a photo shoot today. You look terrible. This isn't some game. This is a real job. A career that you can have the rest of your life. But not if you throw it away, like you're doing right now. Her expression held distaste and disappointment. He hated when she looked at him like that. He turned from her. I have to go. No more, Brandon, she said in her mom voice. No alcohol. That's final. He huffed and shoved his way out of the kitchen. He didn't need her telling him what to do. He was already inundated with people controlling his every move. but guilt rose in his throat as his driver opened his door and he climbed into his limo. He knew his mother was just trying to parent. Guilt continued to choke him as the limo sped down the highway. His mother was doing the best she could. A single mom, she'd given him everything she could. He knew this, and she supported him when he wanted to get into acting. He was glad she no longer had to work 2 jobs. He wanted to give her everything she wanted. But to do that, he had to land another big part. He had to up his game. The photo shoot took longer than he thought. They always took longer. He hated all the prep time, the makeup, the posing, and the flashes as the camera caught his fake smile. But when it was finally done, and after several cups of black coffee, he was feeling better. As he sat in the car on the way home, he itched to call the vlogger girl. But he wanted to see if she was free to chat, so when he got home, he texted her.
Hey, it's me, Brandon. Can I call you?
It was strange texting her. It somehow felt more intimate. Her answer came back fast. Maybe later. I'm waiting to meet a friend. Brandon raised his eyebrows. Why would being with a friend matter? Most girls would die to have him call them while they were with their friends.
Maybe your friend wants to talk to me too. Ask her.
It's a guy. I don't think he'd like it. A guy? Huh. Was she in a relationship? She'd never talked about any boyfriend on her vlog. But then again, why would she? It wasn't a dating vlog. Now he was super curious. He texted back.
A boyfriend?
No, just a friend.
A friend that's a guy?
He rolled his eyes and continued.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but he's after you.
I think that statement says a lot about you, not my friend. Brandon chuckled. Yeah, maybe. This chick was hilarious.
Have you been friends a long time?
Gosh, stop texting me. He's going to be here any moment and I don't want to be glued to my phone.
Wait, if you'd been friends a long time, he wouldn't care if you were on your phone. Is this a blind date?
It's not a date. Brandon crossed his room and opened the mini fridge under his desk. He pulled out a soda, unable to keep the smile from his face. He sat on his bed and placed the soda on his nightstand.
Touchy, touchy. You don't know this guy, do you? How did you meet?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Yet you're still texting.
That's because he's not here yet.
Wait, he's not late, is he?
Not very. Brandon winced and took a swig of his Mountain Dew.
Man, that's bad form.
Okay, he's coming. I see him outside. I'm putting my phone away.
Good luck on your date.
It's not a date. Brandon laughed and pocketed his phone. It was so a date. Even if she didn't realize it. And for some reason, it bothered him. Chapter 7. A nervous energy surged in Stephanie as she slid her phone in her pocket and watched Christopher enter the Spotted Cow. The bright red and white decor always made her feel at home, but right now it wasn't working. All morning she told herself this wasn't a date. But she knew it was. Heck, they'd met through high school sweethearts for pity's sake. It was totally a date, no matter how much she denied it to Brandon. Christopher scanned the area. Their gaze connected, and he nodded at her and headed her way. He slid into the booth seat across from her.
Hey!
She smiled at him, the only polite thing to do. Hi. He motioned up at the sign on the wall.
Do you know what you want?
Just a chocolate cone.
Just chocolate? Plain? No chunks in it or anything else?
His eyes raised like he'd never heard of that before. Yeah, just plain. I'm not really in a sugar mood.
I'm sorry, do you want to go somewhere else? We can go to...
No. Stephanie interjected, then smiled at him. He was obviously nervous. I'm fine. Let's get a cone and talk.
Okay.
He glanced at the counter.
I'll go order for us. You save our seats.
That kind of struck her as funny because there were hardly any other people in the shop, it being a chilly November afternoon. Okay, I'll save our seats. We wouldn't want to lose them or we'll have trouble finding a spot to sit. Christopher laughed and his cheeks tinged pink.
Yeah, I guess that was dumb. Do you want to come order for yourself?
Sure. I just want one scoop.
In case this doesn't go well, then you can eat it fast and leave.
He gave her a pity smile. No. Stephanie stood up. That's not what I meant at all. Come on, let's order. She walked with him to the counter. They ordered and got their ice cream, then sat back down at the booth. Christopher winced at her.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this.
Things had been a bit weird, but Stephanie was suddenly motivated to salvage the non-date. Good at what? Friendship? She gave him a smile before she took a lick of her ice cream. He gave her a half smile and nodded.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Look, there's no pressure here, remember? Just relax. Tell me about yourself. Stephanie curled a strand of hair behind her ear. His awkwardness was making her feel more confident. He nodded.
All right, let's see. I'm a movie buff. I have that pass thing that gets me into almost every movie. I go probably 4 times a month, and I watch your vlog.
Christopher blushed and ducked his head.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm just a bit starstruck.
Starstruck? Stephanie couldn't help it. She laughed and pointed to herself. Because of me? He gave her a shy smile.
I've been watching you since the beginning. I like what you have to say. I sometimes don't agree, but I always find you entertaining.
Well, I'm flattered. Stephanie knew some kids at school watched her vlog. She'd had a few people tell her as much, but she'd never had one say they were starstruck. How odd. She was nobody. It felt surreal to be sitting with a fan. Christopher seemed embarrassed. He shifted in his seat.
I like the outdoors. My uncle has a cabin on the lake, so I go there a lot to fish. And I'm a bit of a pizza snob.
She looked at him sideways as she made sure her ice cream didn't drip. How does one become a pizza snob? He chuckled as he bit into his cone.
I guess it starts with an obsession and then gets a bit ridiculous when they start making their own kinds of pizza to see if they can come up with new recipes.
You cook? She liked that. Most guys at her high school wouldn't admit that.
Only pizza. Does that count against me?
Nope. Any guy who was comfortable in the kitchen was a plus, even if it was only for pizza. She took another look at him. He seemed more at ease now. His dark hair tousled a bit like he'd been running his fingers through it.
What about you? I know some things from your vlog, but I don't know much other than your opinion on movies. What do you do besides tear apart teen idols?
Stephanie laughed. She liked this guy. I was kind of hard on Brandon, wasn't I?
I think your exact words were, a drunk monkey could have played the part of Xander better.
Stephanie winced, embarrassment heating her face. Yeah, let's not talk about that. She tried to think of something she could tell Christopher that would take the conversation away from Brandon. I love drama, as you probably already know. I landed the lead in the upcoming play. I adore popcorn, especially gourmet flavors, and I've never been fishing. Christopher's mouth dropped open.
Wait, what? You live 30 minutes from Lake Michigan and you've never gone fishing? What's the deal?
She chewed her bottom lip. My dad died when I was 6. My mom had to take 2 jobs just to make ends meet. We don't have an uncle with a cabin on the lake. Christopher flinched. Geez, I'm sorry. That sounded awful. What was wrong with her? Why was she putting her foot in her mouth? All I meant was we didn't have anyone to teach us how to fish growing up. He spread his hands.
Maybe I can teach you sometime. You know, when it's not 20 below outside.
He grinned.
Which will be next July.
She smiled. Yeah, okay. Let's plan on that then, as friends. She didn't mean to blurt that out, but she couldn't stuff the words back in her mouth. He slowly nodded.
Yes, as friends.
She glanced at the clock. He must have seen it because he stood up.
I'd better get going. It was nice to meet you, Stephanie.
She stood as well. It was nice to meet you, Christopher.
You can call me Chris.
Okay, Chris. She held out a hand, then felt dumb. Who shook hands when ending a date that wasn't a date? But Chris didn't seem to mind. He took her hand and smiled.
Call me sometime, when you need a friend to talk to.
Yeah, I will. Chris walked out of the Spotted Cow, and Stephanie stared after him, not quite knowing what to think of the conversation. Chapter 8. Brandon walked along the trail behind his house, the view of the beach stretching before him. Cooper, his dog, followed after him, his tail wagging. For some reason, Brandon couldn't sit still. It wasn't the new part his manager had texted him about. He never got nervous to audition anymore. And it wasn't his mother getting on his case. She was just trying to be a mom. No, it was that vlogger girl and the stupid guy she was out with. Why had she not texted him back? Was she still out with that friend? And what were they doing? His dog barked, and he glanced around until he saw the neighbor's toy poodle on the beach had caught Cooper's attention.
Oh no, stay with me, buddy. Don't go looking at the girls. They're fickle. You don't need that in your life.
Cooper knew better than to chase the poodle, but he barked again, just to let Brandon know there was a dog out there. Brandon smiled as he changed direction.
Come on, let's go sit down. I have to text Vlogger Girl.
His golden retriever was his best friend in the world. Brandon had wanted a dog ever since he was a tiny kid, but his parents refused. Then his father left when he was 7, and his mother had let him get Cooper. Maybe it was his father who wouldn't let him have the dog. He'd never thought about it before now. Cooper was the perfect dog. He was smart. Brandon taught him to roll over and shake hands. And when Brandon was sick, Cooper would instinctively know it and lay next to him in a consoling way. Brandon slowed as he neared his home. It was a 2-story luxury beach house with a swimming pool and a 5-car garage. His mother had said it was too big when he'd found it, but she quickly grew to love the spacious kitchen. He was going to let her have it when he turned 18 and could move out on his own. He reached down and picked up a piece of driftwood and tossed it further down the beach. Cooper ran and grabbed it, then brought it back to him. Brandon sat in the Adirondack chair on his back patio and pulled his phone out. Cooper dropped the wood at his feet and whined until Brandon tossed it again. He knew how this game was played. As Cooper ran to get the wood, Brandon typed on his phone.
Are you still on a date? What are you doing? You said he was just a friend.
She didn't answer right away, and he played catch with Cooper for 10 minutes before he heard the sound of her text. Sorry, I was driving. I'm home now. Instead of answering her, he hit the call button and listened to it ring until she picked up. Hello? Her voice was instantly recognizable because he'd watched so many of her vlogs. He smiled.
Hey, how was your date?
Vlogger girl exhaled. It wasn't a date.
How was your non-date then?
We ate ice cream, that's all. In the background, someone called out, Is that him? Are you talking to Brandon? His smile widened.
Is that your sister?
Yes. He could hear the eye roll in her voice.
Let me talk to her.
Why do you want to do that? Brandon wasn't sure why. Maybe because he was starting to feel like he knew both of the girls.
Just because.
But then he remembered what she'd done and tacked on,
I owe her.
The phone made a fumbling noise and another girl came on the line. Hello?
Hey, vlogger sister.
Amanda. She sounded a bit annoyed. And my sister is Stephanie. Geez, you watch her blog and you don't even know that?
Of course I know her name. Her vlog is called Stephanie's Corner. It's just more fun to call her vlogger girl.
Well, it's rude. Don't do that. He chuckled but ignored her request.
I just wanted to say thank you.
For what?
You know what?
Amanda paused and he wondered what she was thinking. Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, you can put vlogger girl back on the line.
Stephanie! The phone made another noise like someone was rubbing fabric over the mic, and then Stephanie came on. You still there?
Where would I go?
I don't know. Maybe you fell asleep or something.
Are you implying your sister is boring?
Cooper nudged his leg, and he picked up the stick again, throwing it farther this time. What do you need? In the background, he heard Amanda yell, Wow, rude much?
Tell her I'm not offended. I just wanted to talk.
What about? This girl was pretty direct. That's one thing he liked about her vlog.
I don't know. Stuff. I want to get to know you. Where do you live and stuff?
She sighed. Why do you want to know where I live? I'm nowhere near Hollywood.
I know. Just curious, I guess.
Wisconsin.
The cheese state. I have an aunt who lives in Wisconsin. I used to go there as a kid.
You did?
Yeah. She lives in this typical small town, and it was so different than the city. I loved it as a kid. She's got a huge backyard. My uncle tied a tire to a tree, and I would spend hours out there swinging on that tire.
Brandon watched Cooper, the stick in his mouth, kicking up sand as he ran back to him. What part of Wisconsin does she live in?
Near Green Bay.
The sound of a breath sucking in came through the line.
What?
Brandon asked. Nothing.
No, what? Do you live in Green Bay?
She paused. No. Brandon tugged on the stick in Cooper's mouth. He didn't want to give it up. Funny dog. They played this game sometimes.
Do you live near Green Bay?
How about another question? Now that was interesting. She didn't want to tell him where she lived. Girls didn't deny him of much. He'd never met a girl like Stephanie. He chuckled.
All right. You live near Green Bay, but you don't want to say where. That's fine. You don't have to tell me. I know you have a sister. Any other siblings?
She let out a breath. No.
And what does your father do?
She sat silent for a moment. He passed away. Brandon winced.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You didn't know.
What does your mom do?
She works for an insurance company and has a second part-time job.
Man, that sucks. You probably don't see her much.
She is at work a lot, Stephanie said, her voice low.
You're a senior?
Yes. She paused. What about you? You probably don't have time to go to school. How does that work? Cooper finally let go of his stick and Brandon tossed it down the beach again. He was starting to get hungry.
I have a tutor. One more year and I'll be done with that, though, which is good because it's a major bore.
So you just study with a tutor? No classes?
Nope.
Have you always had a tutor?
Since 5th grade, when I got my first big part.
A rustling sound came through the phone, like she was shifting. Sounds lonely. He let out a breath and stared out at the water. He liked watching the white cresting of the waves as they hit the beach.
Yeah, it is.
I guess that's the price you pay for being a famous, idolized teen. He chuckled.
You don't idolize me.
It was her turn to laugh. No. His smile faded and he looked at Cooper, wagging his tail. He scratched behind his ears, then picked up the driftwood.
Why not?
I don't idolize anyone. Brandon pursed his lips. He'd heard how she talked about some of those actors in her favorite movies. She was impressed. Just not with him.
I don't believe you.
What? He didn't want to talk about how she wasn't dazzled by him anymore.
So you live in Wisconsin, possibly near Green Bay, but you don't want to say where.
She let out a long sigh. Yeah, I don't really want to say where I live. A voice in the background yelled out, She lives in Rockford! Brandon dropped the piece of driftwood he held and it thudded to the sand. His hands went numb. Did she say Rockford? Holy crap! That's where his aunt lived! Chapter 9. Stephanie clamped her hand over her mouthpiece, but feared it was too late. Shut up! She hissed. Amanda didn't look apologetic. She simply shrugged and left their room, her long hair swaying. Stephanie sent a death glare toward the door and then plopped down on her bed.
You live in Rockford?
Brandon's voice sounded funny. So?
That's where my aunt lives. I spent a whole summer there as a kid.
Seriously? The thought of the movie star in her hometown was odd. She almost didn't believe him.
Yeah, I remember the mall, and there was this trampoline place with all kinds of inflatable bounce houses.
He was telling the truth. How bizarre. You're talking about Air It Up. That place closed 2 years ago.
What? It closed? That place was the best. I loved the black lights that made your shoelaces glow in the dark.
My favorite was the large pirate ship slide. I would go up and down that for hours.
Brandon laughed. I can't believe you live in Rockford. Is that ice cream place still open? The one with the cow on the logo?
The spotted cow? Yeah, that's where I was today with... She stopped, not wanting to finish the sentence. How awkward was that?
With your date?
It wasn't a date. She felt weird talking about it with him. She picked up her copy of Little Shop of Horrors and opened to the page where she was having trouble memorizing her lines.
Yeah, right. Let me determine that with a few questions. How long have you known him?
Stephanie rolled her eyes. I don't want to answer your questions.
Because you've been friends for years?
No.
She scoffed. Ha, then I was right. You just met him. Was this the first time you've met?
I said I wasn't going to answer your questions.
Come on. What am I going to do with the information? It's not like I'm building a smear campaign against you.
He had a point. But why did he want to know? I just don't know why you care.
Just curious.
Stephanie tossed her script on the bed, unable to concentrate on it. Okay, yes. Today was the first time we met.
I knew it. Who set you up?
No one. That totally wasn't true. It was Jade's app, which she suspected was manipulated by Jade. All right, that's not quite true. My friend Jade kind of set us up.
Kind of? How does one kind of set up someone else?
She made an app.
Hold up, your friend made a dating app?
He hooted with laughter. Stop it!
No, this is too good. I want to know what it's called.
She could imagine him pulling out his phone. Not going to tell you. Her voice sounded strict, but she couldn't help the smile that tugged on her lips.
Tell me, please. This is too good not to check out.
What are you going to do?
You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to download the app. Now give it up, vlogger girl.
Stephanie sighed. Okay, it's called High School Sweethearts. Brandon's loud laugh came through the phone. It was different from his screen laugh. It had a more real quality to it.
You're kidding me. High School Sweethearts? You're being serious right now.
Annoyance crept over her. No, and don't make fun of it. Jade is my best friend.
All right, I won't make fun of it.
He paused.
It actually looks well put together. I like the graphics. Maybe I'll sign up.
You can't. Jade created it so only students who go to the correct high school can sign up. Maybe you can add your tutor in there and sign up that way. Stephanie snickered. I wonder who it would match you to. Is your tutor a woman?
Very funny,
Brandon said, his voice low. She is a woman, isn't she? Now I want to know what she looks like.
Well, you don't. She's 100 years old. No one looks good at that age.
Perfect. You could use a little maturity in your life. He scoffed.
I do not have to take this abuse from you.
She could hear the smile in his voice. She also heard barking. Is that your dog?
Yes.
He sounds happy. Stephanie grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest. Talking to Brandon was different than she expected. He was more like a normal person. It was like talking to a friend instead of a movie star. It was odd, but kind of cool.
He is. He's doing his favorite thing, running in the sand and playing fetch.
You're at the beach then? That totally made sense. She could hear the ocean waves in the backyard. She just didn't know what it was.
I'm at home.
Oceanfront property?
He chuckled. Yeah. Does that make me a snob?
No, it makes me jealous.
What about you? You live in freaking Norman Rockwell's hometown. Don't you have a harvest festival coming up soon?
That's next weekend. How did you know about that?
I was there 1 year for it. It was awesome. All kinds of booths selling homemade jam, bread, salsa, and everything else you can think of. I begged my aunt to buy me some extreme hot sauce. I think she had to sign a waiver to buy it. Of course, she didn't want to get it, but I pleaded with her until she gave in. Brandon laughed. She let me taste half a drop, and I thought I was going to die. I think I scared her with my screaming.
Sheesh, were you okay?
Yeah, it stopped hurting after a couple of hours. Man, though, I think she regretted giving in to me on that one.
Stephanie made a face. Why did you even want to try it?
I was a preteen boy. They have no brain cells.
Stephanie threw her head back and laughed. You're not kidding there. A pause extended and she shifted on her bed. She wasn't ready to hang up with him. Talking to him was nice. So, what kinds of things do you do on the weekends?
Party?
He said it so quickly that Stephanie balked. Party? Does that mean what I think it means?
What do you think it means?
Go to some famous person's house, hobnob with the rich people, and then get smashed? He let out a chuckle.
Usually it's a club, but yeah, pretty much.
Disappointment shrouded over her like a wet blanket. So that's what's fun to you? Getting drunk?
Come on. Haven't you ever gone to a party? I know you live in the sticks, but they still have booze there, right?
Stephanie picked at her fingernail. Yeah, there are parties here. I'm just not into that.
Why not?
She chose her words carefully. My father was killed by a drunk driver. I guess that ruined the fun of alcohol for me. Brandon swore under his breath.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to play around with you. I didn't mean to.
I know. Boy, she sure knew how to kill a mood.
That's really rotten, vlogger girl.
Yeah, it is. She hadn't meant to get emotional, but her throat closed and she blinked back tears.
When did that happen?
Brandon's voice was quiet, soft. When I was 6.
Oh, man.
He exhaled.
That's a hard age to lose a parent. I should know. My father left when I was 7. It was almost worse than if he'd died, though, because I knew he was out there somewhere. He just didn't care enough to contact me.
Yeah, that really sucks. Stephanie squeezed her pillow to her chest and thought about what that might have been like. What if her father had willingly left instead of getting taken from her? She would have hated him.
I've moved on.
He had a bitter tone to his words which told the opposite. Stephanie didn't blame him. How could she? She knew what he must be feeling. A change of subject would be best. Have you seen any movies lately?
I see movies all the time. I go to at least one premiere a week. Everyone wants the celebs there.
You sound like you hate it. He grunted.
No, I don't hate it,
he said slowly.
I guess it just gets old after a while. What I wouldn't give to just go to the movies like a regular person. No one wanting my attention or my opinion. Just to go, sit in the back and eat popcorn. Maybe take a date that doesn't make me want to strangle myself. Someone I actually like for a change.
Wait a second. You don't like the girls you date? What about Alicia Waterstone?
I despise Alicia. Just saying her name makes me cringe. Have you ever heard her talk? It's like 1,000 times worse than Lena Lamont.
Stephanie laughed. That bad, huh?
Yes. Ugh, just thinking about her gives me the creeps. And she's stuck on me like stink on a pig right now.
Amanda walked into the room. Mom wants to talk to you. She's in the kitchen. Stephanie motioned at her, letting her know she heard and would be there in a minute. Can't you tell her you're not into her? He gave a mirthless chuckle.
I made a deal with her. If I go to this thing with her, she said she'd leave me alone. I just have to hope she keeps her word.
Amanda waved both of her hands above her head. Hello, Mom wants you. She covered the phone with her hand. All right, I'll be there in a second. I just need to get off the phone. Amanda wiggled her eyebrows. I'll tell her you're finishing up a call with a famous actor. You will not! Stephanie gave her sister a death glare. She already knows anyway. Amanda tossed a smile at her before leaving again. Sheesh, sorry about that, Stephanie said while leaning back against her pillows. Sisters are a pain.
Sounds like you have to go.
Yeah.
I have to get ready for tonight anyway.
Another party?
Yeah, although this one won't be any fun. It's a schmooze opportunity. Some old guy is throwing it at some fancy resort.
A famous old guy?
He laughed. Of course.
Have fun.
I will have more fun if Alicia isn't there.
Stephanie smiled. For some reason, she was pleased that Brandon didn't like Alicia Waterstone. Before she hung up, a thought came into her head and words came spilling out of her. Do me a favor, okay?
What?
Don't get smashed. Silence came across the line, and Stephanie thought maybe she'd stepped over a line. But then he exhaled and said,
Okay, vlogger girl. I won't.
They hung up, and Stephanie tossed her phone on her bed. A weird sensation coursed through her, like she was full of energy or something. She suddenly wanted to go hiking, which was crazy because it was 10 degrees outside. Maybe giving Brandon her phone number wasn't such a bad thing after all. She kind of liked talking to him. Chapter 10. Brandon leaned against the wall, a glass of water in his hand. He'd been passing on the alcohol for Stephanie's sake, but he was about to take back his promise. He was bored stiff. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Everything was accented in gold. It felt like they decorated in the 1990s and hadn't updated since. At least Alicia wasn't anywhere in sight. That was the only good thing about the evening. The bad? For starters, the music was being performed by people who should have died 20 years ago. Who wants to listen to hours of elevator music while at a party? And the food was mediocre at best. But Brandon knew the game. Smile and nod at the famous people. Tell the important people in the biz how wonderful their latest film was. Lie to their face if you have to. That's how you stayed in this business. Brandon was sick of it and ready to leave. He pushed himself off the wall and headed toward the door. He'd made an appearance. An hour should be enough time. He was done. Plus, his head was pounding. He wanted to go home and lie down. He made it through the room and out into the lobby before Tony grabbed his arm. He wore a black tux, and it looked like he'd been repeatedly running his hand through his hair.
Hey, you leaving? Yeah, I've had enough of this.
Me too, man, but I have to stay a bit longer. My manager wants me to chat with Neil Garrison.
I guess there's something coming down the pike. I don't know, whatever on that. I'm chill.
He shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels.
Good luck with that. See ya.
Brandon raised his glass of water to Tony. Wait, don't run off just yet.
I have to. I have a headache.
That seemed to be his favorite excuse as of late.
Take this.
He pulled a couple of white pills out of his pocket and handed them to Brandon.
What is it?
Just ibuprofen, man. Brandon stuck the pills in his mouth and downed them with water. Tony laughed.
You'll be feeling much better soon.
He gave him a smug look. Brandon shoved Tony back.
What did you give me?
He laughed so hard he bent over.
Something to make you feel better. You're so uptight. You're high. And soon you will be too. Jerk.
It's not that Brandon hadn't ever popped any pills. You get offered all kinds of things when you worked in Hollywood. But he'd planned to talk to Stephanie tonight, and he wanted to be clear-headed.
You'll be thanking me soon.
Brandon rolled his eyes.
Whatever, I'm out of here. Come on, stick around just long enough for me to do what I have to. Then we can have some fun. I got my new baby today. We can take her for a spin.
His ears perked up.
What did you get? Just a ruby red Ferrari Enzo. That baby purrs like nothing else.
Excitement shot through Brandon. He had been itching to get on the road lately. His own Lamborghini was stuck in the garage. He never got time to take it out. And when he had free time, his mother wouldn't let him go anywhere fun. You're too inexperienced, she'd say. Stay off the freeways. He was tired of all the rules.
Only if you let me drive.
What? No way! There are only 5,000 miles on my baby.
I drive, but you can enjoy the flight.
Tony motioned with his hand like they'd be driving so fast the car would take off into the air. It did sound amazing.
All right, go find Garrison. I'll wait here for you.
By the time Tony came back, Brandon was feeling the effects of whatever pills he'd popped. His heart raced, and he felt amazing, like he could do anything. He slapped Tony's shoulder.
Ready? Let's blow this place.
Tony let out a hoot and rubbed his hands together.
Yeah, let's go.
They stood on the sidewalk while the valet went to get Tony's car.
What about your car? I came in my limo. I texted my driver. Told him I'm getting a ride with you.
Tony nodded.
Awesome.
The valet pulled up in the Ferrari, his eyes wide. The door lifted up, and he climbed out.
Your car, sir,
he said as he handed him the key.
Thanks, man.
Tony gave him a tip, then slid into the driver's seat. Brandon climbed into the passenger's seat and shut the door. Tony leaned over and turned up a metal song that was coming through the speakers. Brandon wasn't that much into metal, but he'd much rather have that blaring than listen to the old people's music inside the resort. "You better fasten your seatbelt!" Tony yelled as he pressed the gas. Brandon clicked his in place as Tony pulled out of the resort and onto the street. They were soon cruising on the freeway, pushing past 100. "This baby drives like nothing else." Tony grinned at him. "It's a good thing traffic is light." "This is amazing. You wouldn't believe how this car handles the road. It's like I don't even have to think. It weaves through the cars like a knife through butter." "Yeah, it's pretty smooth." Tony raised his eyebrows. "So, you and Alicia, huh?" Brandon almost choked on his spit. "No, man, why did you have to spoil this by bringing her up? She's horrible." Tony laughed, long and high-pitched. "She's stuck all over you these days." "Yeah, like a bad rash. I can't get rid of her." "Just tell her off." "Nah, man, I can't. I don't want to be blackballed forever." Tony tossed him a knowing look. "I get it. But she says she'll leave me alone after next week, so I have that to look forward to." "What's next week?" "Some gala event. She said if I go with her, she'll find some other poor sap to cling to." Tony laughed again, squeezing between two cars, his foot pressing harder on the gas pedal. Brandon swallowed as the speedometer inched up. Tony wasn't driving nearly as well as he was imagining he was. He almost clipped a bumper as he swerved into the next lane. "Careful, I do want to make it home tonight." "Don't be such a grandma." The car in front of them slammed on their brakes, and they sped towards the red taillights. "Watch out!" Tony swerved again, his tires screeching. They missed the car. Tony hooted. "Did you see that? That was awesome!" Brandon's heart pumped so fast he could barely breathe. Maybe it was the drugs or the speed, or a little of both. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the taillights of the cars in front of him. He was dizzy and starting to regret this whole thing. Why had he taken the pills Tony gave him? He could have guessed they weren't ibuprofen. He was stupid. Tony sped up and the movement made his stomach lurch. "Slow down, you're making me sick." Tony just laughed. "Wait until we get past this curve. I'll have a nice straight stretch. I can really open this thing up then." Oh, great. He just wanted out of the car. Did that make him a grandma? Maybe whatever he took was making him paranoid. He didn't usually get all sissy about stupid stuff. A siren wailed behind them and red lights flashed. Brandon exhaled. Now Tony had done it. They were getting pulled over by the cops. What a disaster. They'd be in the papers tomorrow for sure. Rex was going to kill him, and his mother would be livid. He'd have to listen to her lecture at him for hours. At least he'd make it home in one piece. Tony glanced behind him. "Crap. We can get rid of him, though. Hang on." Brandon sat up. "What? He can't go this fast. I'll shake him." "Are you insane?" Brandon stared at Tony. "You can't get in a car chase. We'll be arrested. Pull over." "We can't get arrested if they can't catch us." "Man, you're not thinking straight. How many pills did you take? They have your license plate number. They know who you are. Just pull over." Tony gripped the steering wheel and snarled. "I'm not going to get caught. I can't get another point taken away. They didn't see my plate. I'm going too fast." He pressed the gas and the Ferrari lurched forward. He was crazy, and he was going to get them in the biggest trouble Brandon had been in yet. He could just see the headlines now. What if they went to jail? This was bad. "Just stop the car." The road curved and the centrifugal force threw Brandon against his door. Tony swore as he lost control of the car, the crazy speed forcing them off the road. They hit a guardrail, and the sound of metal tearing rang loud in Brandon's ears. Tony's car. He was going to freak. The next few events were a blur. He could hear screaming, but it didn't sound like Tony. Maybe it was himself. The car hit something unknown, and it careened into the air. It flipped over several times, hitting dirt, crunching metal, rolling again and again. Glass shattered. A sharp piece of metal cut into his arm, and suddenly he was covered in sticky blood. Pain exploded through his head as something whacked him. Everything went black. Chapter 11. Stephanie finally caved and went to see the latest 80s movie remake by herself. Jade was too busy, and Amanda was out with Cole again, which was fine. It was a Saturday night. Of course, she's going to be with her boyfriend. If Stephanie didn't talk about the movie on her vlog, people would start to think she wasn't on top of things. And yes, it was as bad as she had expected it to be. Subpar acting and even worse CGI. She sat in front of her computer, thinking about what she was going to say on her vlog. There was no choice. She had to tell the truth. But Brandon's words kept running through her head. How she was always ragging on movies, tearing them apart. Was there anything about it she liked? She took in a deep breath, thinking harder. Maybe there were a few jokes that made her laugh. She could talk about that. And the new subplot wasn't bad. It actually helped make more sense of the original movie. She pulled out a notebook and started scribbling down some notes. She was still going to be honest about the poor acting and the terrible graphics, but she did think she could say a few positive things as well. Maybe that's what her show needed. Some balance. As she wrote, her phone alerted her to a text. She glanced at the screen. It was from Chris. She picked up her phone and read the whole message. Hey, I hope it's not too late to text. You were up late last night, so I figured you're a night owl like me. Anyway, just thought I'd say thanks again for meeting me at the Spotted Cow. I enjoyed talking with you. Stephanie glanced at the clock. It was after midnight. She chuckled and texted him back. What are you doing up so late? Watching a show on Netflix. Is that stupid? No, I binge watch all the time. Oh man, I binged on everything I could, but now I'm all caught up. I can't wait for the next episode. Stephanie leaned back in her chair. Sounds like something I need to check out. What's the name of it? The dots appeared, showing he was answering her. I can't tell you. It's embarrassing. She made a face. Embarrassing? Why? Because it might be romantic? Stephanie laughed out loud. Oh, please. Men like romances. What men like romances? Name one. I can't name one. I just think men like them, don't they? No. Men like action and adventure. Thrillers. Movies about lumberjacks. She scoffed. Lumberjacks? You don't even know what you're talking about. I can't even think of one movie about a lumberjack. Sorry, just thinking of manly things. Change that to explosions and I'm good. Amanda ran into the bedroom, her hair flying as she screeched to a halt by Stephanie's desk. Brandon was in a car accident. It's all over Twitter. What? The blood drained from Stephanie's face as she quickly swiped to open her Twitter feed. Amanda stood there as she caught her breath. He and Tony Perry were in the car. I don't know who is driving, but both were drunk. Oh no, this can't be happening. He promised. He wasn't going to drink tonight. Her heart jumped into her throat and she felt tears spring to her eyes. Are they okay? I don't know. I came to tell you as soon as I saw the story starting to explode all over the place. Stephanie clicked a link to a news article. She wasn't interested in rumors. As she skimmed the article, her breath caught. Oh no. What? Is he dead? Tell me he didn't die. Amanda clasped her hands under her chin, anxiety wrinkling her brow. I don't know yet. It hasn't said. Then what? Why did you say, oh no? They were involved in a police chase. This was bad. The article did say there were drugs or alcohol involved. They were going over 200 miles per hour. Stephanie blinked, trying to get to the part where it said if he was dead. Surely he didn't walk away from an accident like that. Her heart pounded as she skimmed. Wow, Amanda breathed out. I didn't think Brandon was that kind of a guy. Wait, it says here Tony was driving. Still, they were both drunk. I don't know if they definitely know that yet. Early reports of things often have facts wrong. At least, she hoped he hadn't been drinking. He promised her. Stephanie got to the end of the article, her heart thumping, relief flooding through her. They were both taken to the hospital, alive. Oh, thank heavens. Amanda crossed the room and sat down onto her bed. Call him. Was Amanda insane? What? No way! Don't you think he's a little busy right now? Then text him, just to ask if he's okay. He could be really hurt. I know, that's why I don't want to message him. What if he's on his deathbed? Amanda sent her a glare. What if he's on his deathbed and you don't message him, and he dies thinking you don't care? Well, that was stupid. But maybe he would like to know his accident is in the news. Stephanie grunted but called up Brandon's texts. Fine, I'll send him a message. Before she could open the text dialog box, a noise sounded. Amanda sat up. Is that from Brandon? Is he okay? Stephanie shook her head. No, it's from Chris. You still there? She answered him back. Sorry, a friend was in a car accident. Can we chat later? Oh no, I'm sorry. Of course we can chat later. I hope your friend is okay. Me too, thanks. Amanda waved her hands. Did you text Brandon yet? Sheesh, can you chill? I'm doing that right now. Stephanie huffed and sent a message to Brandon. Just heard you were in a car accident. I hope you're okay. Text me when you can. Stephanie sat, staring at the phone as the seconds ticked by. Amanda fidgeted. They waited a full 5 minutes before Amanda spoke. Nothing? No. They stayed up another hour while more reports came in about the accident. How severe it was, how no one knew the condition of Tony or Brandon. Dread pooled in her stomach as the minutes ticked on. Still, no text came. Chapter 12. A steady beeping sound interrupted Brandon's dreams, making his head hurt. What was that noise? Someone should shut it off. And then he heard his mother's voice, hushed and worried. That's when the accident came into his memory. Tony, and his Ferrari, and the police. Oh boy, he was in so much trouble. He tried to move, but pain traveled through his head and down his arm. He groaned, and a flurry of activity happened around him. He worked hard to open his eyes against the bright light. Shapes took form in front of him. He saw his mother standing in front of him, her face drained of color. And then he noticed his Aunt Monica by the wall. And another person, but he didn't know who it was. He came closer. Recognition hit him like a frying pan to the face. It was his father. Oh no. This was way worse than he thought if his father was here. His gaze traveled back to his mother, who was hovering. "Sweetie, are you awake?" "Yeah," he said, although it came out more like a croak. "Are you in pain?" He tried to reach up to his head where it hurt the worst, but his hand had an IV line and the cord restricted him. "My head." "You got hit pretty hard. You're lucky to be alive." Panic shot through him. Lucky to be alive? What about Tony? Was he... Brandon tried to sit up, but he couldn't. "Tony, where is he? Is he okay?" His mother frowned. "He's in surgery." Surgery? What had happened to him? Fear crept up his neck, and he had a hard time swallowing. "What for? Is he going to be okay?" His mother blinked like she was going to cry. Crud, this was bad. She touched his hand lightly. "They don't know yet." His father took a step toward him, and he recoiled. He didn't want to see him. His father wasn't worth anything to him. He hated the scum. "Brandon, can I ask you a few questions?" his father asked. Brandon gritted his teeth. It made him so angry that it took him getting into a major car accident for his father to show up. Not one phone call in all these years. And he shows up now? After he almost gets killed? What does that say about how important Brandon was in his life? "No, I don't want to talk to you." "Sweetie, you'd better answer your father's questions. He's trying to help." "I don't need his help." Brandon shoved down the emotions swelling in him. He wasn't going to cry, not now. And not over the worthless man who left him and his mother. He wasn't worth crying over. "You might be in some legal trouble." His father ran a hand over his balding head. Legal trouble? Is that a nice way of saying he might get arrested? Brandon glared at his father, the two-bit attorney working in the sticks. What could he do for him that his team of lawyers couldn't? "Then have them arrest me. I don't care." His mother sucked in a breath and turned to bury her head in his father's shoulder. His father put his arms around his mother. Brandon almost leapt out of bed to rip them apart. What was she doing? Why was she turning to that scum for support? "The doctor says you have ecstasy in your bloodstream," his father said. "Do you remember taking that?" Brandon groaned. He didn't want to talk to his father, and he hated the way his mother was looking at Brandon with those wide eyes like he let her down. Again. But he knew he had to answer at some point. "I don't know what it was," he finally said. "Who gave you the drugs?" Well, he wasn't about to say that. If he told the truth, Tony would get in even more trouble. But he wasn't sure how much trouble he'd get in if he lied about it. He pressed his lips together, trying to think of what to say, but it was difficult. His head felt fuzzy. All he wanted to do was close his eyes and go back to sleep. His Aunt Monica folded her arms across her chest. "They found ecstasy in Tony's pocket." His father glared at his aunt. "You can't lead the witness." "This isn't a court," Aunt Monica said, her cheeks flushing. "And I'm not leading the witness. I'm telling him Tony is already in trouble for it. It won't hurt him more to tell the truth." Why was everyone fighting? It was his father's fault. If he would just leave. Brandon clenched his hands into fists and pain shot up his arm. "Ouch!" He flinched. "Do you need more pain meds?" his mother asked, pulling away from his father. "When can he have more?" His aunt checked something written on a whiteboard on the wall. "He can't have any more pain meds until 5.
5 o'clock in the morning? How long have I been in here?
Brandon thought it was around midnight. It's 3 in the afternoon, his mother said. You've been on pretty heavy pain medicine? You were rushed into surgery when you first got here. Your arm... She put her hand over her mouth and blinked. His arm? What about it? He looked down at the large bandage covering it from his shoulder to his elbow. Panic shot through him as he tried to lift it. It wouldn't move.
What's wrong with it?
Calm down, his mother said. You're getting agitated.
I'm agitated because no one will answer me.
His aunt approached him. Some of your muscles were severed in the accident. The doctor said they were able to repair most of the damage, but you should keep it immobile for now until it heals. You should regain full mobility with physical therapy. You're lucky. Another few inches and you'd be an amputee. Amputee? Brandon felt like he was going to faint.
What?
He said, but the word barely came out. His head spun as he tried to sit up. Lay down, Brandon, his mother said. You're okay. Just be calm. Maybe it's time to rest. A noise sounded from across the room, and Brandon's gaze landed on his phone, sitting on top of his clothes that were folded and lying on a table. My phone, he said, reaching out with his good arm. His mother frowned, but she walked to the table and picked it up. After she handed it to him, she said, You can have this for a moment, then I'm turning it off. You need your sleep? Brandon nodded, but only because he felt like he was going to drift off any second anyway. He skimmed through his texts until he found the ones he wanted. From Vlogger Girl. She'd sent him several, last night and today. His accident was all over the news. No surprise there. He sent her a quick reply.
I'm okay. In the hospital. Very tired. I'll call you later.
He handed his phone back to his mother and closed his eyes. He listened to all of them talking as if he wasn't in the room anymore. His mother let out a long sigh. I don't know what to do with him. He's out of control.
How long has he been on drugs? Do you think he needs a rehab program?
His father asked. His mother choked back a sob. I don't know. He could come live with me. That voice was higher pitched. Must be Aunt Monica. Until he recovers from everything. The rest of the voices faded away as the heavy fog pressed down on him. But something in the back of his mind niggled at him. Something about what his aunt had said. He didn't want to leave LA, but there was something about living with his aunt that intrigued him. He couldn't think straight. What was it? And then it hit him. Aunt Monica lived in Rockford, Wisconsin. That's where Vlogger Girl lived. Chapter 13. Stephanie let out a breath as she sat down on the plastic chair at her usual table in the cafeteria. Jade set her tray down and plopped down beside her. That bad, huh? Stephanie put her head down on her arms, leaning on the table, and moaned. This is the worst day ever. No word from Brandon? No, not since yesterday. And I had a huge test in physics that I'm sure I bombed because I couldn't concentrate last night to study. And tomorrow I have a paper due in English and I haven't even started. She closed her eyes and tried to block out the light with her arms. Jade shoved her shoulder. Snap out of it! Haven't seen you this depressed since you bombed that audition last year. Stephanie sat up. The musical! She'd forgotten! Oh yeah, I still haven't memorized all my lines for Little Shop of Horrors. Rehearsals start next week. Jade rolled her eyes and kicked her in the shin. It wasn't very hard, but pain still shot up her leg. Ouch! What did you do that for? Because you're whining. You have a hot, famous boyfriend. You got the lead part in the play, and your vlog has blown up with followers. Your life is pretty good right now. Stephanie wrinkled her nose. Jade was delusional. Boyfriend? I hate to break it to you, but Brandon's not my boyfriend. We don't even really know each other. He lives in California. I'll probably never meet him in person. Jade picked up an apple slice and took a bite. You have a freaking movie star talking to you on the phone. He obviously likes you. Wake up. I don't even know if he's still alive, Stephanie muttered. She didn't want to sound all doom and gloom, but she was really worried about him. He's not dead. It would be all over the news if he was. Jade's eyes widened as if she hadn't realized how terrible that would sound until the words were out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah, you did. Is it bad that I've been thinking that all day as I checked Twitter between classes? It was the only thing she could do. She didn't want to send a constant barrage of texts to him. He was in the hospital. He said he'd call her later. She just needed to wait for that. Marissa, one of the other girls from the drama club, walked up to their table. Hey, Steph. She gave a little wave. Hey, Marissa. Stephanie thought maybe Marissa was there just to say hi, but when she didn't walk away, Stephanie said, What's up? Well, you know how the drama club has a booth for the Harvest Festival this weekend, right? We're trying to earn enough money for our annual trip. Miss Morgan said we need to earn more this year than last year because Washington, D.C. is more expensive. Marissa continued to talk about the money the club needed and why they needed it. Stephanie listened politely, not really understanding. She was part of the drama club. She knew all this. Okay. So we were hoping we could count on your support. I can give a couple of dollars. Stephanie didn't have that much money, but she could help a little. Marissa swallowed. No, I mean, we're hoping you can help at the booth. Oh, sure. Why was Marissa acting so weird? What are we doing? Selling food? Do you need me to bake? No, it's a kissing booth. Stephanie choked back a laugh. Oh, what? Marissa shifted her weight. A kissing booth. She rushed on. I know this isn't really your thing, but we think it would raise quite a bit of money, and you're kind of a celebrity now with your vlog. We think you'd be able to help us. Jade sat there, listening to the entire exchange, a smirk growing on her face. Stephanie was so stunned, she was speechless. They wanted her to stand at a booth and kiss guys? For money? What kind of a crazy idea was that? She'll do it, Jade said. What? No, I won't, Stephanie blurted out. Marissa faltered. You don't have to decide now or anything. Think about it. It would help out the drama club so much. Jade gave her a look that seemed to say, Why are you being so difficult? Before Stephanie could say anything else, Marissa gave her another small wave and left. Jade let out an exasperated sigh. Why won't you help out the drama club? You're in the drama club? I totally will help out. I just don't want to be the main attraction at a kissing booth. A couple of students turned to stare at her, and she sank down into her chair. Sheesh. I think you should do it, but whatevs. It's your life. Her phone chimed, and she grabbed it off the table, her hands shaking. It was a text from Brandon. Finally! Relief flooded through her as she stared at it. Hey. One word. That was it. But it made her so overjoyed to see it. Jade raised one eyebrow, her mouth now full of ham sandwich. She swallowed. Is that him? Stephanie nodded and quickly texted back. Hey, how are you? Jade leaned over so she could see the conversation. Stephanie resisted the urge to take her phone to a more private location. Jade was her friend. She shouldn't care if Jade saw the conversation, but for some reason, she did. She wanted to talk to Brandon alone.
Kinda crappy. I'm sure you've heard all about the accident by now.
Stephanie was glad he brought up the accident. She wanted to ask about it, but didn't want to be the first to bring it up. A whole lot of rumors. How bad are you hurt?
My left arm got the worst of it. Had surgery on it. I'll need physical therapy. But it should heal. Got a concussion, too. That sucks. Makes me tired all the time.
Another wave of relief hit her. His injuries weren't life-threatening. That was so amazing. She'd seen pictures of the car he'd been in. It looked like someone took a giant hammer to it until there wasn't much left of it. I'm so sorry about your arm and your concussion, but I'm glad you'll heal.
Yeah, me too.
Jade nudged her, her sandwich in hand. Ask about the police chase. She gasped. Why? I don't want to ask him that. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know what's up with that? Stephanie sighed. She glanced around the busy lunchroom, almost afraid the students would find out she was talking to Brandon and come mob her for answers about what happened. But no one seemed to pay attention to her. She turned back to Jade. I guess. Then ask. It felt weird to ask, but she forced herself to text him. Is it true you were involved in a police chase?
Yeah.
The admission sent a jolt through her. Stephanie waited for more explanation, but when none came, she texted again. What happened?
Are you free to take a call?
No, I'm at school.
I'll call you tonight. We need to talk anyway.
Oh, that didn't sound good. Wasn't that what people said right before they gave you bad news? Like breaking up? Not that they were dating. They weren't at all. But maybe he wanted to stop talking or something. She almost didn't want to ask, but her fingers texted as if they had a mind of their own. What about? It seemed to take forever for Brandon to respond. Finally, her phone chimed and she looked at the screen.
I think my mom is sending me to live with my aunt in Rockford.
Stephanie's vision grew spotty and she could barely breathe. Jade squealed beside her, but she could hardly hear her. Brandon was coming to Rockford? She would meet him face to face. Chapter 14. Brandon winced as he tried to get comfortable in bed. His arm was stuck in a sling to protect him from moving it too much, but it did nothing for the pain. He'd been released from the hospital, thank goodness. Now he was at home, but his mother had freaked out about the drugs in his system and was keeping a close eye on his pain medication. He was due for another pill, but not for a half hour. Man, this sucked. He could hear his father, mother, and aunt talking downstairs. Talking might be a bit of a stretch. It sounded quite loud, and they were talking about him. He cringed as he listened to their conversation.
He's a walking time bomb. Drinking, drugs, he's gonna kill himself.
This was his father, which made him angry. What did his father even care what he was doing with his life? He wasn't around. I don't know what to do. I've tried talking to him. He doesn't want to listen. His mother sounded worried, which made him feel guilty. He had been ignoring her. And now look how much pain he'd caused. I think he just needs some time away from it all. Now would be the perfect time. I have a spare bedroom. His aunt.
Shipping him off to your sisters isn't the answer, his father said.
It wouldn't be like that, his mother said. He would be with family, but in a controlled environment.
Can't you control his environment here?
You don't know what it's like. He's hardly ever home. Brandon picked up his phone. He didn't want to listen anymore. His head hurt even worse than before. He needed to talk to someone. Maybe Vlogger Girl was still up. It wasn't too late yet.
Are you available to talk?
Yes. He pressed her number and waited for her to pick up. Hey, she said.
Hi. It's nice to hear your voice.
He didn't realize how nice it would be until it came through the line. How are you? He drew in a breath and then let it out.
I'm okay. In pain, but, I could have died, so I think some pain is preferable to that.
No kidding. How long do you think it will take to heal?
The doctor thinks a good 6 months to a year. My manager is freaking out about it. Says I won't get any parts with my arm all messed up.
What? Stephanie's voice squeaked. Is that what he's worried about? Doesn't he care that you could have been killed? Huh. Brandon was just used to that kind of attitude. Everyone around him treated him like their next meal ticket. He hadn't stopped to think about it, but Stephanie was right. His manager should care that he was alive.
It didn't even cross my mind.
It didn't cross your mind that the people closest to you should care about your welfare? She asked, her voice quiet.
I guess I'm just used to them caring about my work and not really about me.
What did that say about the people closest to him in his life? He closed his eyes, not wanting to think about it. His mother's voice carried from down the stairs. At least he knew she cared about him, even though right now she was upset. He was the one she was upset at. He'd been stupid, and it almost cost him his life. That's so sad, Stephanie said.
Yeah.
She cleared her throat. So you think you're coming to Rockford? The question sounded tentative, like she wasn't sure how she felt about it yet.
That's one of the plans I overheard yesterday as I fell asleep. I mean, no one's talked to me about it yet. I just heard it being discussed.
And it was still being discussed. Quite loudly. Discussed like it didn't matter what you thought?
Pretty much. But I don't blame my mom. She's worried about me.
Stephanie let out a breath. I'm worried about you too. They say you and Tony were drinking. Brandon gritted his teeth. He hated the way the truth got twisted.
No. I didn't take a single drink that night. I swear, I kept my promise to you.
Then,
let me explain. Tony gave me some pills, but he said they were ibuprofen to help my headache. I shouldn't have taken them, but I did. I had ecstasy in my bloodstream when the accident happened.
Oh.
I should have just left. I knew Tony was on something. I should have followed my gut and took my limo home, but I didn't mean to get high, I swear. And I didn't know Tony was going to end up running from the cops. That was messed up.
You weren't driving. At least they can't charge you for that, right?
I don't know what they're trying to charge me for. No one's told me yet. The police interviewed me, but didn't arrest me. My father said he wouldn't let them.
Your father? Stephanie sucked in a breath. He's there? Brandon's throat grew tight.
Yeah.
It felt good having someone to talk to who understood.
He showed up at the hospital.
OMG! And this is the first you've seen of him since he left when you were little?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that must feel terrible. I'm so sorry. Stephanie really did understand. He shifted and pain shot up his arm. It was really starting to ache now. He glanced at the clock. It would be another 15 minutes before his mother would give him a pain pill.
Yes, it feels pretty crappy.
That sucks that he ghosted and it took this to see him again. Although, I guess it's better he showed up now rather than not coming at all, even after you got in a terrible accident. She was right, and he knew it. He'd probably feel 10 times worse if his father had ignored what had happened.
Yeah.
Stephanie sighed. I hope you're not in too much pain.
I'll live.
That's good. He held his phone to his ear with his shoulder.
At least one good thing can come from this.
A break from all that work you do? He chuckled.
No. I'll get to meet you in person.
She didn't say anything.
Vlogger girl, did I creep you out?
Another pause. No, I guess not.
Then what is it?
I just never expected to see you, like, in person.
And that's a bad thing, to see me in person?
He didn't know why, but he sat very still, waiting for her reply. It's just different. I'm different.
Different than what?
She shuffled the phone. Different than most girls. What the heck did that mean? Why was she being cryptic?
How?
Now, see, this is going to get all weird because I don't really know how to explain it without making all kinds of assumptions, and I don't want to assume anything.
He was so confused. What exactly are you assuming?
Your intentions? Oh, he was starting to understand now.
You don't want to assume that I'm interested in you.
Yeah, because that would be weird if I said I'm not looking for a relationship when you hadn't been thinking that at all. Ouch. He was being shot down and he hadn't even made a move yet. He frowned.
Man, girl, you are one mean chick.
She sighed. It's not like that. I'm just not at a place yet where I can open myself up again. He suddenly felt terrible. She wasn't rejecting him because of his personality or looks. This wasn't about him at all. She'd been hurt. He clenched his good hand into a fist. And now he wanted to find the scum who hurt her and beat him into the ground.
I see.
So you can understand why I feel weird, knowing you and I might meet face to face?
I do understand, and let me assure you, I would never want to make you uncomfortable. If you want to just be friends, that's fine, but if I'm going to be in Rockford, I can't imagine ignoring the fact that you live in the same town. I already consider you a friend. Don't you feel the same?
Yes, she agreed, but there was still hesitancy in her voice.
Then there's no problem.
So you won't press for anything between us?
Sheesh, what kind of a guy do you think I am?
The kind I see in the tabloids with a different girl on his arm every weekend? He smirked.
You follow me in the tabloids?
Don't be so full of yourself. He chuckled and lay back on his pillows.
That's what I like about you, vlogger girl. You don't put up with anything.
She laughed, and he could imagine the look on her face. That's what you like about me? My sarcastic sass?
Yes. I don't know anyone else like you.
The voices downstairs grew louder, and he shielded the phone in case Stephanie could hear his parents fighting. What's going on? Stephanie asked.
You can hear that?
Yeah, someone's shouting.
I better go.
You okay? He wasn't sure what to say to that. He was emotionally spent, and having his parents arguing downstairs wasn't helping at all. But he wasn't in danger or anything like that. His father was a loser, but he wasn't physically abusive.
I'm fine.
Okay, I'll talk to you later then. Get some rest.
I will. Thanks, vlogger girl.
Bye, Brandon. He broke the connection, then worked to stand up. It was harder than he thought, without moving his left arm, but he managed to get out of bed. He walked to the stairs, the noise from downstairs getting louder. He hung onto the banister with his good hand and walked down the stairs, careful not to go too fast. He didn't want to fall and mess up his arm even more. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he turned and walked down the hallway toward the kitchen. The voices were coming from in there. He felt dizzy, but he continued. He had something he wanted to say to them. When he walked into the kitchen, everyone stopped talking, and they all stared at him. His mother was the first to move, rushing to him. "Are you okay, sweetheart? Do you need anything?"
More pain meds, but that's not why I came down here.
"I'm sorry. Did we wake you?" His mother's face was etched with worry. She looked old all of a sudden, like she'd aged 10 years in the last 2 days. That was probably his fault.
No, I was awake. Listen, I want to say something, and I don't want anyone to argue with me. We wouldn't argue, his father said. We just want what's best for you.
Brandon held back the words threatening to spill forth at his father. He didn't want to tell his father off right now. He had other things to say. He ignored his father and turned to his aunt.
I want to move in with you, Aunt Monica.
Everyone in the room looked stunned, even his aunt. She blinked, then worked her mouth. Well, sure, we were just talking about that, actually.
Why would you want to throw your career down the toilet?
His father's face was turning red. He's not throwing his career down the toilet,
Mom,
Brandon said, putting his hand on her shoulder.
Just calm down. Everyone needs to chill.
He winced as pain shot up his arm. He must have tightened his muscles. He made a concerted effort to relax.
I will come back in the spring. I want to take some time off and go to high school, like a regular person.
That's insane, his father said. Daniel, let him talk. His mother shot a glare at his father. Brandon waited until everyone was silent again.
My arm has to heal anyway. I might as well leave.
He turned to his mother.
I'm sorry I caused you so much grief. I didn't mean to. I swear.
His mother blinked back tears. I know. You're a good kid. I think you just got wrapped up in this Hollywood life. I think going to Wisconsin will do you some good. I love you, honey.
You won't have a regular high school experience, his father said. Everyone will know who you are. I don't care. It will be a novelty at first having me at the high school, but they'll get used to it.
He almost admitted he knew someone going to that high school, but then thought better of it. Maybe it was best if no one knew that part. It might make them question his motives. His aunt brushed back her long, blonde hair. At almost 10 years younger than his mom, she had always been the cool aunt to him. I think you'll like Rockford.
When can I leave?
Again, his words made everyone speechless. His mother recovered first. Your father got all charges of illegal drug possession against you dropped. You can leave whenever you'd like.
Fine. I'd like to leave as soon as possible.
Chapter 15. The bell rang, and Stephanie gathered up her books, her nerves shot. This was it. It was Friday, school was out for the weekend, and Brandon was arriving this evening. And the first thing he wanted to do was meet her. She was going to meet a freaking movie star. It was unreal, and she was sure it wouldn't go well. He was going to be sorely disappointed in her. She wasn't terrible looking, but she wasn't movie star hot either. And she was sarcastic, like all the time. If he thought she was going to bow down and worship him, he was in for a surprise. Jade slung her arm around her shoulders when she got to her locker. Heard from him yet? No, he's not arriving until later. What are you going to do when he gets here? Jade wiggled her eyebrows. You going to show him all the cool places we have in Rockford? Which places are those? Because I'm pretty sure there are none. Down the hallway, she saw Christopher turn the corner and then nod his head at her. Jade turned to see who Stephanie was looking at. Hey, here comes Chris. I see. Chris walked up and smiled, his hands in his pockets. Hey, Steph, have any plans for tonight? Jade flashed a grin. She does. She's meeting up with someone. Stephanie elbowed Jade and Chris frowned. Meeting up? Like a date? I thought you weren't wanting to date right now. I don't. It's not a date. Heat crept up Stephanie's neck. Her phone chimed and she pulled it out of her pocket, glad for the interruption. She didn't really want to explain all that to Chris. A text from Brandon sat on her screen. Her heart jumped. Did you just get out of school? It's just Brandon Travers, Jade said, a sarcastic tone in her voice. Wait, what? Chris stepped back. You're kidding. Nope, not kidding. Jade rocked back on her heels, obviously pleased to report this information to Chris. Did you win a contest or something? No, Stephanie said as she texted Brandon back. Yes, how did you know? Are you texting me from your plane? She and Brandon know each other, and he's coming here to heal from his accident. Jade grinned. Isn't that sweet? Chris just stared at Jade. Stephanie got another text. No, I'm at your school. Where's your locker? The hallway grew hot, and Stephanie frantically looked around, but she didn't see Brandon. What are you looking for? Jade asked, having noticed Stephanie's reaction. He's here. Wait, you're telling me Brandon Travers is here? In Rockford? Right now? Chris looked incredulous. Yep. Jade squealed and bounced on her toes. Where is he? I don't know. He wants to know where my locker is. Well, tell him. Jade waved, fanning her face like she was going to faint. Chill. Stephanie texted him back, her fingers shaking. Why was she this nervous? She already knew Brandon from talking with him on the phone. He was a friend. That was all. 4th floor, where are you? At the office. I just registered. Holy crap. Stephanie didn't realize she'd said anything out loud until she saw Chris and Jade staring at her. Her face heated. Sorry, just got shocked by what he said. What did he say? Jade asked, her smile widening. Chris, on the other hand, looked like he had eaten some rotten chicken for lunch, and it was coming back to bite him. He registered. Here. For classes. What? Jade practically screamed. He's going to go to our school? That's great, Chris muttered, folding his arms. He's at the office. Come on then, let's go meet him. Jade grabbed Stephanie's hand and pulled her down the hallway before she could resist. Chris followed after them. The office was on the 2nd floor. The school was mostly empty now, all the students eager to get their weekend started. As they approached, she saw him leaning against the wall, one arm in a sling. He was wearing a baseball cap and gray long-sleeved shirt, and he was staring at his phone. A pair of sunglasses hung from the front of his shirt. He glanced up, and his gaze connected with hers. She'd seen him on the movie screen and on television. She knew he was good-looking, but nothing prepared her for what it was like to look into his stunning blue eyes and watch a smile creep onto his lips. She'd heard people talk about getting weak in the knees. To her, it had been a dumb exaggeration. Until now. She felt like her legs were going to buckle as her mouth dried out. Hey, he said, pocketing his phone and pushing off the wall. Hey, Stephanie said. All intelligent thought jumping ship. Nice. She knew he would be intimidating, but this was ridiculous. Couldn't she think of one thing to say other than repeating what he'd just said to her? Jade made a few mewing noises behind her, like she was trying to talk but forgot to open her mouth. Jade snapped out of her own stupor and motioned. "Brandon, this is Jade. And Chris." She turned back to him. "They obviously know who you are." She felt immensely stupid. Brandon stuck out his hand to Jade. "Hi, nice to meet you." Jade giggled and then blushed. "Nice to meet you too." Chris just said, "Hey," and shoved his hands in his pockets. Brandon's gaze traveled over Chris. "So are you two, He motioned between Chris and Jade. "Together?" "Us?" Jade giggled again. "Oh no, Chris is Stephanie's match, from my app." She grinned and rocked back on her heels. Stephanie had never seen her act so starstruck. "But they're just friends." Brandon raised his eyebrows.
Ah, you're Spotted Cow guy."
"I'm what?" Chris stepped back like he'd been slapped. Brandon smirked, a look that somehow made him even more handsome. Oh man, what was wrong with her? A woman came out of the office. Her blonde hair matched the same shade as Brandon's. She had a stack of papers in one hand and a leather jacket in the other. She approached them. "Okay, you're all set to start on Monday." She stopped, noticing the group. "Oh, I see you've met some kids your age already."
"Aunt Monica, this is Stephanie, Jade, and Chris."
His aunt smiled, her eyes kind. "Nice to meet you."
"Can I hang with them tonight?"
His aunt paused for a second, like she wasn't sure that was a good idea. But after assessing them, she slowly nodded. "Yes, if you're careful. The doctor still wants you to take it easy." Brandon lifted his good arm.
"I swear, taking it easy. I just want to get to know some kids my age,"
he said, repeating her words. Monica smiled. "Okay, I don't see how it can hurt." She held out the jacket. "Let me help you put this on." Brandon shrugged into the jacket, not putting his injured arm through.
"Thanks, Aunt Monica. I'll get a ride home later tonight."
She hesitated before nodding. "All right. See you." After she left, Brandon grinned and turned to the group.
"What do we have planned for tonight?"
The look on Jade's face was priceless, like she'd just won the lottery. "You want to hang with all of us?"
"Sure. Why not?"
Brandon took a step closer to Stephanie.
"You can show me all that Rockford has to offer."
Stephanie couldn't help her smirk. "You mean we get to show you the 2-mile strip the kids drive up and down on Friday nights? Gee, I can't wait." Jade gave Stephanie a small kick. "There's more here than the strip. Let's go to Grind It Up. We can get something to eat and show off that we're friends with Brandon Travers." Embarrassment shot through Stephanie. "Jade!" Brandon chuckled. Why was it that he could look so adorable no matter what he did?
"I kind of want to keep a low profile, but getting something to eat sounds good to me."
Stephanie suddenly felt self-conscious, standing so close to Brandon. She could smell his cologne or aftershave. Whatever it was, it smelled amazing and didn't help her wobbly knee thing she had going on. "Yeah, let's do it." Jade nudged Christopher. "You in?" Chris didn't look happy at all, but he nodded and hefted his backpack strap up.
"I'm in." "Great. I'll ride with Stephanie."
Brandon flashed a smile at her, and she knew right then and there she was in trouble. Chris took a step toward them.
"Steph, can I talk to you for a sec?"
"Sure." Everyone stared at Christopher. He cleared his throat, looking quite uncomfortable.
"Alone?"
Brandon looked like he wasn't too pleased with that, his lips pulling down into a frown. Jade stepped back. "Come on, Brandon, I'll show you where we always park." He hesitated a moment, then nodded. "All right." After they left, Stephanie turned to Chris. "What is it?" He fiddled with his backpack strap, not looking at her.
"I don't know if you should trust that guy. I'm worried."
"Why?"
Christopher raised his gaze. "He's a big-shot actor. Did you hear about his car accident? That's why his arm is in a sling. He was drinking and driving and got in a police chase."
Some of that was wrong, but Stephanie didn't feel like correcting him. "I heard, but it wasn't exactly like that. We've talked about it. Brandon is here because he wants to turn his life around."
"How long have you known him?"
How long had it been? 2 weeks? That seemed lame, so she just said, "We've been chatting online for a while now."
"I just don't want you to get hurt."
That was super sweet of Chris, but he didn't understand. "There's nothing going on between us." Chris gave her a look like she was a child to be pitied. Or maybe she was just reading more into it than was there.
"Okay."
"Come on, let's go." Stephanie started toward the stairs. This wasn't going to be anything other than a few friends hanging out together, right? What bad could come of it? Chapter 16. Brandon slid on his sunglasses as they walked in to grind it up. From the looks of it, this was the teen hangout on Friday nights. The place looked like it was trying to be trendy, but with a low budget. None of the tables matched. Each had a small potted plant on them. 2 of them had benches instead of individual chairs. An area off to the side had beanbag chairs, which were filled with teens roughhousing with each other.
"We're inside. You can take off your sunglasses," Chris said.
Why did that make Brandon want to punch the guy? He opened his mouth to explain, but Stephanie beat him to it. He doesn't want to get recognized. Chris looked like he was going to speak, but changed his mind and just ended up frowning. The guy was a barrel of fun. Why was he hanging around Vlogger Girl? He was about as friendly as a pair of wet socks. And he was standing quite close to her, which bugged Brandon as well. Jade pointed to the counter. "Let's go order. I'm starved." She was shorter than Stephanie, with dark, straight hair. If Brandon had to guess, he'd say she had some Asian ancestry. His baseball cap and sunglasses did the trick, and not one person came up to him and asked for an autograph. Which was good because he only had one hand and he didn't want to awkwardly sign stuff for people. They ordered sandwiches and found a table in the back. Brandon waited to see where Stephanie would sit before he sat next to her. Unfortunately, Chris sat on the other side of her. Brandon wanted to put his arm around her, stake his claim, but he knew Stephanie wouldn't like that, so he just curled his good hand into a fist and sat back in his chair. "So," Jade said, curling a strand of hair behind her ear, "what's it like being a movie star?" She grinned at him. Brandon chuckled to himself as he watched Stephanie blush and then whack Jade's side. He liked Vlogger Girl's spunk. And she was even cuter in person, if that was possible. "Don't ask that," she hissed.
"I don't mind."
Brandon sipped the coffee he'd ordered.
"I'll tell you what it's like. Everyone knows who you are and wants to talk to you. You can't go anywhere without being mobbed unless you disguise yourself."
He motioned to his hat.
"You have people telling you what to do every minute of every day. You can't go do something by yourself, and you're never by yourself. You don't know who your real friends are because everyone wants something from you, so you don't let anyone get close."
Jade's smile faded as she listened to him. "Oh, that doesn't sound like much fun." Stephanie nodded, her hands wrapped around her drink. I can only imagine.
But there are perks, too. You get to meet famous people. You get paid a lot.
Like, a crazy amount. He'd made his first $1 million before he was 12.
You get all the girls,
Chris said under his breath before he picked up his sandwich and took a bite. Jade laughed and poked Chris in the side. Brandon raised his eyebrows.
Yeah, girls like Alicia Waterstone.
He hadn't meant for it to sound so bitter.
What's wrong with Alicia Waterstone? She's gorgeous,
Chris said, still chewing. Brandon groaned.
Don't get me started. She's horrible. Just think of someone flicking your ear over and over until you want to punch them in the face. That's Alicia.
Jade threw her head back and laughed. Sounds annoying.
She's more than annoying. She's stupid too, but her father's super important, so I can't tell her off.
His phone chimed and he pulled it out to look at the screen, not thinking for a second that the person he was hoping had texted him was sitting next to him. He slumped when he saw the name on the screen.
Oh, speaking of stupid, here she is now.
Where are you? Chris stopped chewing.
Alicia Waterstone is texting you?
Yeah, he said, while he typed his response with one hand.
Recovering from surgery. Dude, I can't believe you're complaining about her. She's freaking Alicia Waterstone.
Brandon reached over to Chris with his good hand and flicked his ear.
See? Brandon said. Annoying. Only take that and times it by 1,000.
Chris scoffed and Stephanie hid a smile behind her drink. His phone chimed again and he looked at the screen. You're still taking me to the gala tomorrow night, right?
Oh, this is ripe. Here she is, wanting me to go with her to some stupid party tomorrow.
He held his phone so Chris could see her message.
This is what it's like. I hate her, but she doesn't care. She wants to be seen with me. She doesn't care that I was in a terrible accident and that I just had surgery.
Chris looked down at the table.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Stephanie's cheeks turned pink. How rude. He fired off another text to her.
I can't. I'm out of town recovering. From surgery. Because I was in a terrible accident.
He tossed his phone on the table and frowned.
She can rot. So, you know Stephanie how?
Chris asked, leaning forward, his gaze sweeping over Brandon. The way he stared at him made Brandon feel self-conscious.
We met through her blog.
Stephanie didn't believe it was him at first. She kept telling him to buzz off. Jade laughed as she dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. Stephanie flushed. Come on, I had no way of knowing. Who would have thought it was actually you? Brandon chuckled.
It was quite funny. But that does bring up something very important.
He held up one finger.
You never apologized for totally trashing me on your vlog.
What? Stephanie's mouth dropped. I am not going to apologize for that. I spoke the truth. Before he could refute, his phone rang, vibrating against the wooden tabletop. He huffed and picked it up.
What?
A flurry of curse words streamed out at him in Alicia's screechy voice. He held the phone away from his ear while she yelled. When it seemed like she was done, he put the phone back.
What is your problem?
You promised, Brandon. We had a deal. You were going to go to the Save the Sea Gala with me. You can't back out. I don't care if you're in a body cast. You are showing up tomorrow to take me to that gala. Irritation rose in him. Why wasn't she giving up on this? It wasn't like there weren't other famous guys she could go with.
I can't. I'm not even in California.
You have a private jet, which you'll be on tomorrow. I swear, Brandon, you stand me up for this and I'll ruin you.
Stand you up? I'm telling you now, I can't be there. Make
other arrangements." She screamed into the phone, and he hung up on her. Then he blocked her number. "Sheesh, could you hear that?" Chris nodded. "Yeah, I'm starting to understand. She was pretty loud." "Do you think hanging up on her was a good idea?" Stephanie cringed. She seemed super mad. Vlogger Girl was right, and he probably shouldn't have hung up on her. Even though he hated Alicia, she could do some real damage simply because of her family connections. Still, he was feeling kind of protected now that he was out of Hollywood. "I think I will have everyone's sympathies if she goes nuts on social media. I am the one who almost got killed in a car crash." Chris swirled his drink. "Weren't you running from the police, though?" Brandon sat up. "That was all Tony. I told him to pull over. It's not like they chased us for hours. Their lights went on, he pressed the gas, and we crashed moments later. But I agree, it was stupid." He let out a breath. The whole thing was idiotic. "And now you're here because?" Chris asked. "Because my aunt lives here. And my mom is worried I'm going off the deep end, which I'm totally not. But she thinks I'm on a dangerous path." He made air quotes with his good hand. "Hopefully Alicia will calm down," Jade said. "I wouldn't want her on my bad side." A somber feeling crept over Brandon as he stared at the table, but it was too late. Whatever fallout was going to happen would just happen. He could take bad publicity. He'd rolled with that in the past. It always worked out okay in the end. Chapter 17. Stephanie shoved her hands in her coat pockets as they walked outside. It was only 6:30, but the sun had gone down, and her breath came out in a cloud of steam. Had the temperature dropped that much? It was freezing out. Of course, it was Wisconsin, so November was always freezing. "Hey, Vlogger Girl, where else do teens go on a Friday night?" Brandon lifted his sunglasses, and his blue eyes probed her. "We can go to the lake. I heard some kids talking about meeting out there," Jade said. Stephanie shot a look at Jade. Since when was she into the party scene? "It's cold." "Where's your sense of adventure? Let's go." Brandon grinned at her, and she swore her legs were going to buckle. Oh, this was so not good. "Come on, it will be fun," Jade said. How could she say no? She'd look like the lamest person. "All right, I'll follow you." Stephanie hopped in her car, tossing her phone in the cup holder. That's where she always put it when she drove. Brandon climbed into the passenger seat. He pulled the seatbelt with his right hand. "I'm kind of glad it wasn't my right arm that got hurt. Doing things one-handed is a pain." "I bet." Stephanie pulled out into traffic. She glanced at his arm in the sling. "Does it hurt?" "Yeah, but I have painkillers, so it's not so bad. And it's getting better." "How's Tony?" Brandon winced. "He's still in the hospital. I guess they don't know how long he'll be in there. He was messed up pretty bad." "I'm sorry." She bit her lower lip. "That must feel weird." Brandon's eyes widened. "It is weird, like it's my fault or something. But I know it's not. He was driving. I didn't force him to take drugs. I didn't even coax him into driving fast. He did that too. Yet I feel kind of responsible." "I think it's a form of survivor's guilt." "Yes." Brandon slapped his leg. "That's it. No one else understands." He turned to her. "Why is it that you do?" Emotion swelled in Stephanie's throat. She didn't want to talk about why she knew what survivor's guilt felt like. She swallowed and shrugged. "I don't know." Brandon studied her. "What aren't you telling me?" She couldn't get into it, not right now. How long does your arm have to be in that sling? He made a face, like he knew she was evading his question, but then settled back into his seat.
A few more weeks. They said I was super lucky. I guess a piece of the guardrail ripped off and got embedded in my arm. It severed some muscle, but that's it. The surgery went well. With physical therapy, I should regain full movement.
You are lucky.
I've learned my lesson. No more getting into the car when I know someone is high.
And no more pill popping? Stephanie gave him a sideways glance.
Not when I'm about to get into a sweet ride. I can't imagine how mad Tony was when he found out what he did.
Brandon laughed and then pinched the bridge of his nose.
Oh man, he probably passed out.
She stared at him. Did he think this was a game? Even now, after almost getting killed? What was the matter with him? You don't think it's time to give it up for good? Even when your career and your life is on the line?
My career?
Yeah. Don't you think getting high affects your performance?
What?
Brandon gave her an incredulous look.
You're not serious.
Of course I'm serious. She frowned. You can't tell me you never went to work high while you were filming The Paper Pirate. Brandon opened and closed his mouth a few times before he huffed.
Yeah, but I didn't think anyone could tell.
I could. Stephanie said the words before she really thought about it, then wondered if she was being too harsh. I mean, maybe no one else would have. Brandon snorted.
Now you're just trying to be nice, which is funny coming from you. After all, you did compare my acting to a drunk monkey.
Her cheeks heated. She had been mean to him, but she wouldn't take it back. You did look quite hungover in the forest scene.
Oh, I was. You're right.
He shook his head.
But that happens all the time in Hollywood.
I know. I review movies, remember? He laughed, but it came out stilted.
You are one harsh girl.
Just think about it. If you're having trouble getting jobs, maybe it's time to get more serious about your work. Give up the booze and the pills.
Then what will I do for fun?
She shook her head. He really didn't get it. Even now. He'd almost been killed. If that wasn't his wake-up call, then he would never figure it out.
Hey, I'm only kidding,
he said, twisting so he could nudge her with his good arm.
We're having fun, and I'm not high.
Her phone buzzed, and Brandon picked it up out of the cup holder.
You got a text from someone named Marissa.
Stephanie groaned. Oh, no.
What? Who's Marissa?
He peered closer at the phone.
Why does she want to know your answer?
She's running the drama club's booth at the Harvest Festival tomorrow, and she wants me to help. Brandon shrugged.
Why not? I'll come too. It will be fun.
Heat crept up her neck. No, you don't understand. It's a kissing booth.
Then definitely count me in.
He grinned at her, showing all his perfect, white teeth. Man, why did he have to have such a gorgeous smile? It was making her insides all warm and gooey. You want to kiss total strangers? He faltered, then seemed to choose his words carefully.
Just a peck, right? I mean, that's nothing. I think it would raise a lot of money for your club.
I thought you wanted to keep a low profile. He shrugged with his one good arm.
People are going to find out who I am eventually. I don't care.
Then you want me to tell Marissa that Brandon Travers is going to be at our kissing booth? His sexy smile was back.
Yeah. For the sake of the drama club, I'll do it.
Stephanie let out a breath and shook her head. Then Marissa's going to die. He held out her phone.
Here, unlock your phone. I'll text her.
Why did it make her jealous to think about him kissing all the other girls at school? She pressed her thumb on the phone and unlocked it for him, trying not to let it bother her. Why should she care whom he locked lips with? It didn't matter at all to her. He fiddled with her phone, then set it down.
You'll be there too, right? How much do I have to pay to kiss you?
She scoffed. I'm not going to be behind that booth.
What? Why not?
It's not my thing. Stephanie followed Jade's car as it turned onto the dirt road toward the lake. Brandon pouted.
You mean I won't get to kiss you? That's the whole reason I wanted to do it.
Shock rang through her. Stephanie opened her mouth, but she had no words, so she closed it again. What was he saying? He knew the rules. Why was he trying to break them?
I mean,
he rushed on to say,
not that I wanted to kiss you to start a relationship. That's not it at all. We agreed on that. I'm just saying a kissing booth is different. It's just for fun. It doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything? She wanted to whack him, but his injured arm was the closest thing to her, and she didn't want to hurt him. Kissing doesn't mean anything? See, that's why I don't want to get into another relationship. The last guy I dated felt the same way. She huffed. I happen to disagree. To me, kissing him meant something. She didn't mean to get emotional, but she couldn't help the moisture that gathered in her eyes. She blinked it back. Brandon shook his head.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
Stephanie parked her car next to Jade's. We're here.
But I want to explain what I meant.
She didn't really want to talk anymore about kissing, or about relationships in general. She just wanted to get away from Brandon. You can explain later. Let's get out of the car or Jade and Chris will think something is weird. Chapter 18. Brandon got out of Stephanie's car, frustrated with himself. Why had he started getting flirty with her? He knew she didn't want that. He should have kept his mouth shut. Why did he volunteer for the kissing booth? Stupid. He was just being cocky and hoping he'd get a chance to kiss her. Jade turned around. I don't see anyone yet. Maybe we're the first ones here.
We should build a bonfire, Chris said. There's a perfect spot over there.
He motioned toward the lake where a fire pit already sat. Logs lay around it for people to sit on. Good idea. Stephanie started toward the trees. I'll gather some wood. Brandon hurried to catch up to her.
I'll help you.
He pulled his jacket over his sling. It was much colder outside than he'd thought. A fire sounded nice. Stephanie bent to pick up a branch. You don't have to help. You only have one good arm.
I can carry a bundle of wood.
You probably should be taking it easy. Didn't your aunt say something about that? She gave him a skeptical look.
I feel stupid standing around watching you do the work. Just give me that branch. I can carry the wood if you pile it on my arm.
She walked to him but must have stepped on a rock because she stumbled forward. Oh! He reached out and caught her, pulling her to him. She pressed up against him, and the floral smell of her made his heart speed up. It felt amazing to have her so close. He gazed into her stormy gray eyes. They were mesmerizing. He'd never met anyone like Stephanie. She was refreshingly different than the girls in Hollywood.
You okay?
She nodded. Neither of them moved. He could barely breathe. His gaze involuntarily dipped to her lips. Her red, full lips.
I take it back,
he blurted out. She blinked. You take what back?
That kissing doesn't mean anything. It does.
And right now, he wanted to kiss her more than he wanted to breathe. But he wasn't about to mess up things between them by doing so. She opened her mouth. but all that came out was a small gasp. She continued to stare up at him.
And if it bothers you, I'll back out of doing the kissing booth.
For a moment, she didn't speak. The only sound was the rustling of the leaves blowing in the night breeze. Then she stepped back, and the mood shifted. She exhaled and shook her head. No, I was being stupid. You were right. A kissing booth kiss is just a peck. It's not like you'll make out with everyone at school. You should do it. He raised one eyebrow at her.
Really?
Yes. The wind picked up and she wrapped her coat tighter. The club could use the money.
All right then.
He continued to pick up branches and sticks, and he helped her haul them back to the fire pit. Chris had cleared the area out.
Here, I have a lighter, and we can use this paper to start it.
Brandon made a face.
Is that your homework?
Chris smirked.
My paper on Moby Dick. I got a C- on it. Believe me, it will be therapeutic to light it on fire.
He crumpled it to show he meant it. Stephanie laughed as she piled the wood over his English paper. All right, it's ready. A gust of wind blew and Brandon shivered.
I'm not used to this cold.
Stephanie turned to him. You look frozen. She reached out and touched the hand sticking out of his sling. Oh my gosh, you're ice! Before he could respond, she tugged his jacket around him and zipped it up. Her feather-light touches made his pulse jump. She peered up at him. Is that too tight on your arm?
No.
And he wasn't thinking about his arm right now. He couldn't get the thought of kissing Stephanie out of his mind. Chris flicked his lighter. The paper started on fire immediately.
This will help.
The fire grew and warmth enveloped them.
Oh yeah, much better.
He sat on a log next to Stephanie. As they chatted, a few other groups of teens showed up. Someone turned on some music. One brought a cooler with soda and beers in it. Brandon walked over to the cooler and grabbed a Coke from the ice.
Will you open this for me?
He asked Stephanie as he sat back down. Sure. She popped open the top.
So, is this what small-town teen life is like?
He took a drink from his can of soda. Stephanie gave him a sarcastic grin. Pretty much. We're living the high life.
I don't know, this is kind of fun.
At least it was fun because he was sitting next to her. She raised an eyebrow. The firelight flickered in the reflection in her eyes. More fun than Hollywood parties.
Definitely more fun than the one I was at last weekend,
he muttered under his breath.
And not just because of the accident. Hollywood life looks glamorous, but it's not all glitz. It's a lot of do this and do that because that's what will help your career. I get so tired of doing what others tell me to do. I just want to have a normal teen experience for once.
Stephanie slowly nodded. Well, you're in the right place. There's nothing more normal than a bunch of teens hanging out by a frozen lake and drinking beer. She glanced at one of the boys who was already acting like he'd had too much to drink. He must have started partying before he arrived. She seemed uncomfortable. Maybe they could get away from the partying kids.
I'm warm enough now. Do you want to go for a walk?
Sure. She stood and he followed her away from the bonfire and all the noise. He looked up at the night sky.
Wow. Look at all the stars you can see out here. Is that the Milky Way? I've never seen it like that. It's so bright.
Yeah, you can really see them good out here without the city lights. Stephanie stuck her hands in her coat pockets. He walked with her until they came to the edge of the lake. The ice reflected the light of the moon.
It looks like glass.
It does. It's really pretty.
How solid is it?
She tapped it with her foot. Seems pretty solid. It's been below freezing for the past couple of weeks here. He took a step on it.
Do people ice skate on this lake?
Not really. There's an ice skating rink in town most people go to, but they ice fish out here in the winter. Brandon stepped out a bit farther. It seemed really solid.
How far do you think I could slide if I got a running start?
Stephanie smiled, but she shook her head. You'd better not. I don't know how frozen the middle is, and if you fall, you could hurt your arm even more.
I won't fall.
He took a few steps and slid.
Come on, this is cool.
A look of indecision crossed her face before she stepped onto the frozen lake. Just be careful. I don't want you to get hurt. He ignored her comment and continued to slide across the ice. The night air didn't even seem to be that cold now that he was being active. The ice was smooth, and it felt amazing to slide across it. He built up momentum, then posed like he was flexing his muscles as he slid past Stephanie. She laughed. You're such a goof.
Let's have a contest. See who can slide the farthest.
He pointed.
We'll start there.
He thought he detected a bit of an eye roll from her, but she followed him to the starting place. Okay.
I'll get a running start. Then, when I stop and slide, that's where you'll slide too, okay?
She nodded. Okay. His Converse shoes slipped a bit as he tried to get going, but he managed to get a good enough start. Then he stopped and slid for at least a couple of yards. When he came to a stop, he threw his good hand into the air and whooped.
Okay, your turn.
She readied herself, then took off running. She didn't slip. It looked like her shoes were made for the ice. She gained a lot of speed before she came to the point where she stopped and slid. The only problem was she was sliding right toward him. Fast. He scrambled to get out of her way, but he couldn't find purchase. Her eyes widened as she came directly at him. The next few moments happened in slow motion. Stephanie came closer, and he could see her trying to slow down, but she was on the ice, and it had no effect. As she was about to run into him, he grabbed her, thinking this would be better than her hitting him wherever she happened to hit. Her momentum made him lose his footing, and they both toppled over onto the ice, Stephanie landing on top of him. "Oh!" she said. He winced as pain shot up his injured arm, but he didn't care so much about that. Not with Stephanie so close he could smell the cola on her breath. His heart beat a crazy rhythm as he stared into her eyes. A moment stretched between them when he was holding her once again, and she was too startled to move. He loved the look of surprise on her face. And then the moment dissolved, and she let out a gasp.
If you were anyone else, I would think you're coming on to me.
He winked at her and gave her his best sexy grin, the one the cameras loved. Her cheeks turned a lovely shade of pink as she scrambled to get off him. "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, did I hurt your arm?" She reached out to help him up.
It's fine.
He'd never tell her it hurt, not in a million years. "Are you sure? I think I landed on it." He shook his head.
I barely felt anything.
Her eyebrows pulled together. "You're lying." What? How did she know that? No one could tell when he lied, not even his mother. He squinted at her.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. You just look like you're lying.
Okay, it hurt a little, but not that much.
She bit her bottom lip. Should we get your arm looked at?
Sheesh, woman, I said it's fine. I'd know if I re-injured it. You'd probably hear me screaming.
All right, if you're sure.
Come on.
He reached out and took her hand without thinking about it. He expected it to be cold, but it wasn't. Warmth flowed over his skin. He stared at her, suddenly self-conscious. For a moment, he thought maybe she would pull her hand away, but she didn't.
Come on,
he said again, softer this time.
Let's go. You don't seem to be enjoying the party scene, and I think we've skated enough on this lake. Let's go do something else.
Like what?
Whatever you want.
She started walking toward the grassy hill they'd come down. A movie?
Sure. Let's go see a movie.
And we can order popcorn and sit in the back where no one will recognize you. He chuckled.
That sounds like the perfect...
He was going to say date, but stopped himself before that slipped out.
Night,
he said instead. She nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 19. Stephanie could feel Brandon's pulse in his hand. A million butterflies let loose in her stomach as his touch sent sparks of electricity over her skin. She wanted to pull away, but it would be too obvious now. She should have let go right after he stood. That wouldn't have been so awkward. Now she was stuck. Her shoe slipped on the ice and she yelped and clung to Brandon's arm.
It's okay, I got you,
he said, his grip on her hand tightening. Her heart hammered so fast she could barely breathe. Was it because she almost fell? Or because touching Brandon was doing crazy things to her? She wasn't sure. As they stepped onto the grass, she used that as the excuse she needed to let go of his hand. Thanks for keeping me steady on the ice, she said as nonchalantly as she could. He gave her a sideways glance before he nodded.
Sure.
She found Jade among the crowd of teens. I'm going to go. You okay staying here with Chris? Jade got a funny look on her face. Yeah, about that. How much do you like Chris? Stephanie glanced around to make sure he wasn't within earshot. She spied him by the cooler. He's a nice guy. So... Jade twisted her hands together. You like him? I like him okay. We're friends. That's all. She squinted. Why? No reason. You go. Have fun with Brandon. Okay. Jade was acting all weird, but Stephanie didn't see the problem. If Jade liked Chris, she should just go for it. She left with Brandon. The ride to the theater was uneventful. They pulled into the parking lot at the mall and got out of the car. Stephanie stuffed her hands into her coat pockets so Brandon wouldn't try to hold her hand again. Not that it didn't feel amazing. It did. She just didn't want to get her heart broken. And one thing she was sure of, Brandon Travers was just the kind of guy who could shatter her. Before they reached the doors, Brandon pulled out his phone.
Let's take a selfie to commemorate this event.
She made a face. Going to the movies?
Yeah, going to the movies with the girl I like.
He grinned.
I can say that, right?
Her pulse jumped. Why was he such a flirt? She played it off as a joke. You're impossible, you know that? He held up his phone and put his arm around her. She smiled up at the camera and he clicked. Then he fiddled with his phone.
I'll send it to you.
She nodded, then motioned with her chin. Let's go see if there's anything playing you haven't seen yet. When they got inside, Brandon lifted his baseball cap a bit so he could see the titles.
Which one do you want to see?
I haven't seen Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep.
Horror?
I like a good scare sometimes. Brandon's lips curled up into a smile.
Me too. Let's go.
She gave him a look. Have you seen it?
No.
She frowned. Are you sure? He chuckled and scratched his chin.
I'm sure. The premieres I go to are all the kinds of movies I've been in. Light comedies or high fantasy stuff. I never get to go to these fun ones. But He pointed to the sign. It doesn't start for another 30 minutes.
That's okay. By the time we get through the line, it won't be a long wait. Besides, we'll have popcorn to snack on.
Perfect.
They bought their tickets and snacks and were soon in their seats. Just the two of them, alone in the theater. He sat on her left, which meant his good arm was to her, and she had the crazy thought that maybe he'd put his arm around her. Then she scoffed at herself. Why was she thinking that? Stephanie leaned her reclining seat back. I hope more people come.
Why? You afraid to be alone with me in the dark?
His tone was teasing, but there was an underlying question there. Kind of like he was asking if she trusted him. Which was silly. She trusted him wholeheartedly. She just laughed off his comment. They sat for a few minutes, snacking on the popcorn. The mood became relaxed between them until their fingers brushed against each other in the bucket. Oh, sorry, she said, pulling back. She waited until he'd grabbed a handful to get her own. Brandon gave her a look, but she wasn't quite sure what it meant. He worked his jaw, then steeled his gaze.
How long has it been?
His voice was soft, as if he was concerned for her. She knew what he meant, but she asked anyway. How long has what been?
Since he hurt you.
Stephanie swallowed back the rush of emotions that swelled into her throat. Her instinct was to turn away, to shield herself from the questions. She wanted to tell him to shut up and not to ask about Kyle. But for some reason, she found herself talking instead. Not that long.
Months?
No. She stared down at her jeans. She hadn't told anyone the whole story. Not even Jade, who knew pieces but not the entire thing. She took in a breath and let it out. It's only been a few weeks since it happened.
Tell me.
She didn't need a lot of prompting. The words kind of started falling out on their own, like she'd bottled them up inside and now needed to release them. He first asked me out for the homecoming dance. He was so attentive to me, and he was attractive. I fell for him fast.
I hate him already.
Stephanie glanced up at Brandon. He seemed like he was trying to be casual about this, but his hand was balled up into a fist, and his jaw muscles were tight. It kind of melted her heart a bit that he would care so much. It also made her want to tell him the truth, even though it was embarrassing. She gathered up her courage. He was the perfect date that night. A real gentleman. He bought me flowers, showered me with compliments. I was so into him, I thought he was going to be the perfect guy. You know, the one you date through high school and then you get married, go off to find a life together and have 3 kids. She could feel the heat creeping up her neck. This was the embarrassing part. But it didn't take long for him to start to get demanding.
What do you mean?
Brandon's voice was low, hoarse. We kissed that first night after the dance. I thought it was sweet how he kissed me at the doorstep. So tender, and he left with my heart in his hands. But soon after that date, he became more aggressive. He wanted to spend every evening with me. I didn't mind at first, but soon all he wanted to do was make out with me. It started to make me uncomfortable. And then he got handsy, and I told him I wasn't ready for any of that. But he got mad. Brandon didn't say anything, but his eyes held a silent fury. She sucked in a breath and continued. I thought he was just passionate about how much he liked me. I thought he was so in love with me, he couldn't help himself. I allowed things to go further than I had wanted because I thought it would make him happy. And it did, for a short time, but he wanted more. This was so embarrassing, but she continued, because Brandon looked like he was going to jump out of his recliner and punch someone. 2 weeks after we started dating, after school, he didn't come by my locker like usual, so I went looking for him. Sometimes he stayed after to get help with his math, so I went to the classroom where he usually met his tutor. She blinked, the memory still stinging. I found him making out with her. And you know what he said to me? Brandon sat rigid, deathly still.
What?
He said, almost growling. If you're not going to give it to me, I'll get it from someone else, she whispered, the words too horrible to say very loud. Brandon narrowed his eyes. Stephanie wanted to bury her face, to hide from the humiliation. But she forced herself to continue. Even though she didn't want to, this is the part not even Jade knew. He broke my heart. But even worse, as I ran out of the building, one of his friends called out to me. He said Kyle had wasted good time with me, that he wanted to thank me for putting him ahead in the game. She swallowed back the bile threatening to come up. See, it was nothing more than a challenge between him and his friends.
Steph,
Brandon whispered, his jaw clenching. He reached over to her and tenderly wiped at her cheek. She hadn't even been aware that a tear had escaped until his fingers came away wet. I was so stupid.
Hey,
Brandon said, leaning closer.
You're not stupid. Don't ever say that. He's a jerk. End of story.
He brushed his knuckles across her cheek, and this time the gesture sent waves of electricity through her. His skin was warm, soft.
You should be relieved he didn't talk you into it.
Stephanie swallowed, hurt and humiliation rising within her. He didn't know the worst part, that she was about to give in to Kyle. It won't happen again. She wouldn't let it. She was never going to be stupid like that again. She had learned her lesson. He cupped her cheek.
I want to pound that jerk into the ground for what he did to you.
He closed his eyes for a second, like he had to gain control of his emotions.
But I don't want you to ever blame yourself.
A couple of people filed into the theater and took their seats a few rows above them. Stephanie lowered her voice, moving even closer to Brandon. Okay. I won't.
I hope you mean that.
Brandon settled into his chair and she did the same. But she missed the warmth of his touch on her cheek. As the room darkened and the pre-show stuff started playing on the screen, she leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. And when he did put his arm around her, she didn't move out of the way. She closed her eyes and let herself be comforted by him. Chapter 20. After the movie, Brandon climbed into Stephanie's car. His arm was starting to ache, and he wasn't sure if it was just the meds wearing off or the falling on the ice or a combination of both. He just knew the rest of his painkillers were at his aunt's house, and he couldn't wait to get there. Stephanie turned on the ignition. Where does your aunt live?
Staplehurst Street? I'll point the way.
Okay. As he drove, he realized he was bouncing his knee.
Was he nervous?
That was odd. He was never nervous around girls. Did you like the movie?
Yeah, it was awesome. I love edge-of-your-seat stuff.
I thought it was okay. He rolled his eyes.
Oh no, here we go. The movie critic comes out. What the heck was wrong with that movie? It was good-natured, scary fun.
She made this face, and he could tell exactly what she was thinking.
You thought the acting was subpar.
A little.
You didn't like the horror movie cliches that abounded.
She winced. Yes.
And you hated the fact that the entire plot would have been ruined had just one person not taken that letter seriously.
Her mouth dropped open. You picked up on that?
Yeah.
He chuckled.
But it was still fun. Horror movies aren't art. They're not even that well plotted usually. They're just for jump scares and silly fun. This was no exception. You jumped a few times, I noticed.
She smiled and gave him a quick glance as she turned the corner to his aunt's house. Yeah, you're right.
Okay then. The movie did what it was supposed to. It entertained you. And scared you a little.
I suppose so. When she pulled up into the driveway, he leaned toward her. She gave him a small smile, but he could tell she was holding something back. It was reserved.
You okay?
He asked. She blinked slowly. Yeah.
Why don't I believe you?
Probably because you've gotten to know me really well. She stared at the console sitting between them. She was like one of those wooden puzzles that look simple when they're put together, but after you take them apart, you can't figure out how they go back. She intrigued him. He wanted to know her secrets.
Steph.
It's late. You should probably go inside.
What is it you're not telling me?
She ran a hand over her hair. Not like most girls do, though. This wasn't a flirty move. She looked like she wanted to grip it and pull it out. She exhaled. Do you really want me to tell you?
Of course.
I don't want to sound like an idiot.
You could never sound like an idiot to me.
He played with the zipper of his jacket while he looked at her.
Is this about your ex?
She nodded. I didn't tell you the worst of what happened. Oh no. What else did that jerk of a boyfriend do to her? He was almost afraid to ask.
What?
She took a moment before meeting his gaze. I had decided to give in to him, she whispered. Brandon wanted to punch something. Someone. Preferably her ex. She was sweet, innocent. She'd believed he was in love with her. If he ever met the guy, Brandon was sure he would go ballistic on him. Stephanie rushed on. I didn't, of course, but only because I found him with his tutor. If he had held out one more day, I would have. Words failed him. What do you say to something like that? I'm glad you didn't. No, that was stupid, lame, and didn't really cover what he was thinking. Sure, he was glad, but he was also angry at the guy who would do that to her. Angry that things like this happen to girls, all the time. He wanted to say something that encompassed those thoughts, but nothing came to mind. He couldn't think of anything that might take the pain out of her eyes. Luckily, she continued. It's stupid, and I know I should be relieved he showed me his true colors before I slept with him, but just knowing I was about to makes me feel like he won. He got his way. Even though he didn't, he broke me down. I was about to make the worst decision of my life. He let out a breath.
Steph,
he said. He took something from me. He took my trust. Her fingers trembled as she played with her seatbelt. He showed me how weak I really am. Brandon shook his head.
You are one of the strongest women I know. You were a victim.
But I don't want to be a victim.
Then don't let what happened change you.
She looked at him, her eyes full of sadness. It already has. He wanted to smack himself upside the head.
Of course it has. That was dumb of me to say. Forget I said that. Let it change you. Strengthen you. You now know what to do if someone pressures you.
She raised one eyebrow. What?
Deck the guy.
A smile crept onto her face and she ducked her head. Yeah.
Seriously, You've been through something awful, but now you know. If a guy's trying to do something you don't want to do, you can say no.
She slowly nodded. I know.
So, put all guys out of your mind.
Wait, that wasn't what he wanted. Now he had to backtrack.
Except me, he added on, grinning.
Especially you, she said, her gaze returning to his. Ouch, that hurt. Was she rejecting him again? To his face this time? How did she expect him to react to that? He decided to play it off as a joke. He faked an arrow to his heart.
Why you gotta hurt me, girl?
Her shoulders slumped. She wasn't taking the joke bait. He could see the corners of her mouth twitch downward. It's not about hurting you. It's about not making any more mistakes. What exactly was she saying to him?
And I'd be a mistake?
He asked quietly. The worst kind, she whispered. His heart beat out a heavy rhythm in his chest. Stephanie's face didn't hold a hint of a smile. She was being serious, and he suddenly wanted to know the truth from her.
Why?
He said, his smile gone. Because you come with an expiration date. Chapter 21. The air between them grew cold as Brandon stared at her.
What do you mean?
She mentally groaned. Why had she said that? She should have guessed he was going to probe her about it. Now what was she going to say? Wasn't it obvious? Emotion swelled in her throat and she swallowed it back. Now was not the time to get all teary-eyed. How stupid. She didn't even really know him. Why was she getting like this? You're leaving, she finally said, putting as much normal into her voice as she could.
Leaving? I just got here.
I know. She looked down at the small pieces of gravel that were on the car mat. She should vacuum her car. It had been forever since she had. But you're not staying. Brandon's eyebrows pulled together.
That is a lame excuse.
He huffed and leaned back in his seat.
You're so not telling the truth right now.
Anger flashed through her in a wave of heat. What do you mean? Of course I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't lie. You are leaving. You live in Hollywood. You're famous.
So what? I'm here with you right now. And I think I'm making it very clear that I like you. You can't tell me you won't date me because you don't think we'll be together forever. Who thinks this way? You only want to be with me if we're going to get married? He scoffed. That's stupid. We're 17.
She ground her teeth. Are you calling me stupid?
No, I'm calling you out in your lie. You were hurt and I get that, but you're making excuses now and I'm calling out your BS.
Sweat pooled in her armpits, the car suddenly impossibly hot. Brandon didn't know what he was talking about. She was staying away from him because she knew he was leaving. How could he say that she was lying? She clenched the steering wheel. Get out. He let out a breath.
Why are you so mad? You get to call it like it is on your show, but I'm not allowed to when I see a load of crap coming from you. That's hypocritical.
Now he was calling her a hypocrite. She didn't need to take this from him. She pointed, her hand shaking. I said, get out.
Fine.
He opened the door and paused, turning back to her.
But you know I'm saying the truth. You're scared of getting hurt again. That's it. Admit it.
Get out! Fury swept through her as he waited. Finally, he climbed out of the car and slammed her door shut. She didn't wait to watch him go inside his aunt's house. She jerked the car into reverse and backed out of his driveway. her headlights sweeping over him as she turned. Her eyes widened, and an expression she'd never seen crossed his face. The tires squealed as she stomped on the gas in her attempt to get away from him. How dare he? He didn't know what she was thinking. How could he be so pig-headed, so presumptuous? Why would he say those things? Her pulse pounded in her ears as she drove. She didn't know where she was going to go. She just had to get away from him. Brandon watched Stephanie tear down the street like a possessed woman. He'd really done it now. She was never going to forgive him. He exhaled and ran his hand through his hair. What was he supposed to say, though? She was being totally unreasonable. It wasn't fair for her to string him along like she'd been doing. He was interested in her. If she was never going to let anything develop between them, then it was better to know now. Right? He sighed as her taillights disappeared out of sight, already wanting to take back his words. He liked Stephanie, but he'd agreed not to push things between them. And now what had he done? The first night with her, and he'd pushed her. Oh man, was he stupid. He would wait until she cooled down and then call her. Apologize. Beg her to forgive him. He'd lost his head for a moment. Yeah, that was it. He'd just forgotten himself. It was an accident. He hadn't meant to make her angry. Hadn't meant to push her. He wasn't like that. His shoulders slumped as he walked toward his aunt's front door. It had been a good night. Until now. Why had he even said anything? All he had to do was nod and get out of the car. Agree with her that yes, he was leaving after a freaking year almost, and shut up about it. But no, he had to challenge her, tell her she was wrong. What an idiot he was. He opened the door and froze. His aunt was standing in the living room, talking to the one person he hadn't expected to see in Rockford. His father. Chapter 22. Brandon held back a curse word. What was his father doing in Rockford? He was in California this morning. What did he do, follow him to Rockford? Why? He entered his aunt's house and closed the door, trying not to slam it shut. His father and aunt turned to him. "You're home," his aunt said, wringing her hands. "I wasn't expecting you quite this early." Her gaze darted to the clock on the wall. He stared at her. She seemed flustered, like she'd been caught doing something. "What's going on?" "Your father wants to talk to you." His aunt backed away, then quickly ducked out of the room. "What's this about?" He gritted his teeth. He didn't want to talk to his father. He had nothing to say to him. Heat flashed over his skin. Just seeing him made him sick. "Why are you here?" His father took a step toward him. "I need to talk to you." He narrowed his eyes as he worked through what to say. The clock on the wall ticked loudly. "About what?" "I need to explain some things." He motioned to his aunt's couch. "Please, let's sit." Brandon opened his mouth to object, but then noticed his father's forehead was covered in sweat. For some odd reason, this made him pause. His father was many things, but he'd never seen him nervous. He was a prosecuting attorney, constantly under stress. This was new. Mostly from shock, he shuffled over to the couch and sat down. His father wiped a hand on his slacks. "Your mother and I have been talking." Brandon couldn't help the scoff that came out. "You're talking? Now? After 10 years?
Am I supposed to thank you for that?
His father looked at him with a pained expression.
I'm sorry. I probably deserve that. I messed up big time. You messed up?
What was he saying? Was he apologizing for leaving them? A long sigh came out of his father, and he slumped against the back of the sofa.
I was wrong to break off ties with you.
Brandon had waited years for his father to show up and admit he was wrong for leaving. He'd actually had dreams like this, where his father confessed that it was all a big mistake, a misunderstanding. And Brandon would wake up expecting his father to be home, only to be disappointed. In his dreams, he was always happy to see his father. But right now, all he could feel was anger. He clenched his fists, which caused pain to travel up his injured arm. But he didn't care about that anymore.
You're just now realizing that? You're right, and I'm sorry. In fact, I've wanted to call you. I just felt awkward about it. You've become a big name. I didn't want you to think I was only contacting you because of your fame.
His father hung his head.
Your mother let me know how wrong I was.
Mixed feelings arose in Brandon. He had hated his father for the last 10 years. But he'd also longed to hear these words. Unfortunately, they didn't wipe away the hurt he'd felt. The pain.
You were wrong to leave in the first place.
His father winced.
You don't know the whole story, Brandon. What do you mean the whole story? I know you left us. You took off. And me and Mom had to fend for ourselves. You abandoned us.
Pain flashed over his father's features, and he shifted his weight on the couch.
I couldn't stay. Not after...
He frowned.
Not after what happened. But I've had a long time to think about it. I should never have caused you the pain I did.
He scrubbed a hand over his face, and tears filled his eyes.
I want to try to undo what I've done. You can't undo it.
There was no way. It was impossible.
I know, but I want to have a relationship with you. And your mother.
Brandon's mouth dropped.
Wait, what? You and Mom are getting back together? What in the world? Was his mother insane? What was going on?
His father pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Who even used a handkerchief anymore?
I realized this week I'm still in love with her. What? Brandon couldn't believe what was happening. And she's thinking of taking you back? Is she on medication?
He couldn't stand it anymore and shot to his feet. His father jumped up as well.
Listen, your mother hurt me more than I could stand. I know now it was wrong for me to disappear out of your life, but I was so upset.
He wiped a hand over his neck.
She had an affair. With my best friend.
The room began to spin, and Brandon's mouth went dry.
What?
He said, it coming out only as a rasp.
I was so in love with your mother, I couldn't stand the thought of her with another man. And with my best friend? I couldn't deal with it. I was so upset I left and I didn't want anything to do with her. And you just reminded me of everything that had happened.
His father's face grew red.
I'm sorry. You were in the middle of something terrible.
Brandon couldn't breathe. What was his father saying? Was it true? Had his mother done that? How could he believe what his father was saying? He sat back down on the couch, deflated.
I can't believe that. I know,
his father said, sitting next to him and patting him on the knee.
You were so young. You didn't know any of this.
Time seemed to slow as the clock on the wall ticked louder and louder. Had this really happened? He couldn't imagine his mother doing that. But his father couldn't get away with telling him such lies. He knew Brandon could just check with his mother. It didn't make any sense for him to lie. The room grew hot, and Brandon jumped up and walked into the kitchen. He couldn't stand it anymore. His arm throbbed with pain. He needed his pain pills. He grabbed a glass from the cupboard and poured some orange juice in. He didn't realize his hand was shaking until he almost spilled it.
"I'm sorry,"
his father said, walking into the kitchen. He leaned against the counter.
"I'm sorry for everything."
Brandon popped his pain meds in his mouth and chased them down with a swig of juice. He didn't want to talk to his father anymore. He didn't want to think. He just wanted to be alone.
"Well, it's a little too late,"
he muttered as he left the room. He walked into the guest bedroom where his suitcase was and slammed the door. This was turning out to be one crummy day. All he wanted to do was talk to Stephanie. But she hated him right now. Chapter 23. Stephanie sat in bed, propped up against her pillows. A movie was playing on her laptop, but she wasn't really paying attention to it. It was midnight now. She should go to sleep. But she felt so listless, depressed, flat. And it was all her fault. Why had she gotten so upset with Brandon? He was just saying what he thought. He was wrong, but she didn't need to treat him like he was a criminal. She'd totally overreacted. And now she felt stupid and embarrassed. Why had she yelled at him? He was just trying to make a point. And maybe there was some truth to what he said if she was being totally honest with herself. She was scared of being hurt again. That was for certain. She shut her movie off and closed her laptop. No need to have the movie on if she wasn't even watching it. All it was doing was depressing her even more. It didn't help that Brandon was in that movie. Showed how stupid she is, staring at his face while she felt like an idiot for getting mad at him. Her phone vibrated and she picked it up. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw it was a text from Brandon.
"You awake?"
She quickly answered, "Yes." Her phone rang and she slid to answer the call, her nerves suddenly jangling inside her. "Hello?"
"Are you still mad at me, vlogger girl?"
His voice came through soft and she had a hard time taking in a breath. For some reason, it made her pulse pick up when he called her that. "No."
"I'm glad. Because I need you."
The way he said it put her on alert. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Did you hurt your arm?"
"No."
Silence stretched, and she held her breath.
"My dad's here."
Her breath came out in a whoosh, and she gasped. "What?"
"He just showed up, and you're not going to believe what he told me."
There was a bitter edge to Brandon's voice. He was really upset. Stephanie gripped her phone, pressing it harder to her ear. "What did he say?"
"He's trying to get back together with my mom."
Stephanie coughed and waved her hand in front of her face. "He what? How can she take him back after what he did?"
"Yeah, turns out she's the one who cheated. And get this, with his best friend."
"Oh, Brandon." Stephanie swallowed, her mind racing. What does a person say to that? She couldn't think clearly. She pulled her covers over her legs, suddenly feeling cold. "I have no words."
"I know. I'm too shocked to even think about it. My mom, how could she? I don't know what to think anymore."
At least your dad is trying to talk it through with you.
Yeah.
He sounded angry.
The words, too little, too late, come to mind.
I know. He was rotten for leaving you. I understand him leaving your mom after what happened, but he shouldn't have broken off contact with you.
You got that right.
Stephanie chewed her lower lip. Are you okay? You sound so angry.
I am angry. I'm furious with him.
I know you are, and you have every right to be. She paused, picking invisible lint from her bedspread. I'm just worried that your anger will consume you. It changes a person. Brandon sighed.
I know.
Stephanie had the urge to pull him to her, to give him a hug and let him know she cared. Thank goodness he was across town. She'd make a fool of herself if she did that, after what she said earlier. You want to stay up late and talk?
Yes. Can you come over?
She scoffed and looked at the clock. It's past midnight.
So?
I'm in my pajamas.
I don't care.
She could almost see his devilish grin. You pig. His low chuckle came through the line.
I am not. You're the one with the dirty mind. I just wanted to talk.
I'm not going over there, so you'll just have to talk on the phone.
All right, fine. Be cold-hearted.
She laughed. You're so spoiled.
Yeah, I probably am. So, will you come over for breakfast then?
She heard a quiet pleading in his voice. It kind of melted her heart. Breakfast? What kind of breakfast?
I only have one arm right now, so it might be pretty lame. I think I could make scrambled eggs.
He was going to cook for her? The melting definitely was happening. In fact, she was kind of a puddle of goo right now. She tried not to let him hear the smile in her voice. Sounds delicious.
Then it's a date.
He paused.
I mean, only if you're okay with it being a date.
She picked at her bedspread again, her stomach now full of flutters. He was a nice guy. Why was she being so paranoid about dating guys? It wasn't like Brandon would be like Kyle. In fact, she was pretty sure she could now spot guys like Kyle in a millisecond. She'd learned her lesson. I don't mind.
Really?
Yeah.
For sure? Because I don't want you to feel pressured.
Her lips curled up into a smile. He was being sweet. Do you want to date me or not? He let out a breath.
Yes, vlogger girl. I want nothing more than to date you. Will you go to the Harvest Festival with me?
You're working the kissing booth.
Then come visit me there. I promise to make it worthwhile.
He was totally grinning. She could tell. I said I would date you. I never said I would kiss you.
Girl, you're so mean.
She laughed and snuggled farther under her covers. Amanda entered the room and plopped down on her bed. You still up? Yeah, talking to Brandon. You two are so cute together, Amanda said, taking off her jacket.
Is that your sister? Put her on.
Oh, brother, Stephanie said, holding out the phone. He wants to talk to you. Amanda raised an eyebrow but took the phone. Yeah? Stephanie couldn't hear what Brandon was saying, but Amanda got a funny look on her face. Oh, yeah? Another pause, and then Amanda grinned. Mint. She laughed and then handed the phone back to Stephanie. What was that about? She asked Brandon.
Nothing.
Obviously something. Tell me, what did you say to her? Brandon sighed.
It's late. I'm getting so tired. I think the pain meds are kicking in now. I feel so sleepy.
You nerd.
Good night, vlogger girl. I'll see you in the morning. Don't forget to come over for breakfast.
She held back a laugh. All right. See you.
Bye.
She hung up the phone, then turned to Amanda. What did he say? She shrugged. He just wanted to know what your favorite flavor of gum was.
Stephanie wrinkled her nose.
Why? Because he plans on kissing you tomorrow.
Amanda smirked and walked out of their room and into the bathroom.
Stephanie couldn't help the flush of heat that ran through her body.
Brandon was such a flirt, and now Amanda would tease her endlessly. She was going to totally kill him tomorrow.
Chapter 24. Brandon rushed to open his aunt's front door, but his aunt beat him to it. Monica stepped aside as Stephanie came in.
Hello! Brandon said he had a friend coming over. His aunt gave him a look. I didn't know it would be a girl. Come on, Aunt Monica, stop embarrassing me. He grinned at Stephanie. You met my friend Stephanie yesterday, remember?
Monica nodded and shut the door.
I remember.
Brandon told me his aunt lived here in Rockford. Brandon gave Stephanie the signal to stop talking, but she either ignored him or didn't know what he meant. I just never thought he'd come to live here. His aunt blinked and then turned around and stared at Brandon.
Oh, so you knew each other before he came yesterday?
Yeah, we met online, Stephanie said.
His father walked into the room. You met who online?
Brandon wanted to crawl under the furniture.
Dad, this is Stephanie. We met online. Now we're going to go cook breakfast.
He gave his aunt and his father a wave, hoping they'd get the message. His aunt smiled and ushered his father into the living room.
I think that means he wants us to get lost. Wait, who was that? His father said. Apparently she's the reason he was so eager to come here, his aunt said as they disappeared into the back part of the house.
Brandon gave Stephanie a lame grin.
Yeah, so I guess you met my dad.
He seems nice. Brandon shrugged. He was still unsure about his father being back in his life.
Yeah.
So, scrambled eggs. Need any help? He shooed her to a bar stool.
Nope, you sit down. I'll make the eggs. I even have microwave bacon.
He wiggled his eyebrows. Oh, really? Stephanie sat down. Sounds interesting. Should I be worried?
No, it tastes fine. It's just pre-cooked. You'll like it.
He opened the fridge and pulled out the carton of eggs. He got out a bowl and cracked an egg on the side, opening it with one hand. Impressive, Stephanie said.
You'll be very impressed. I make a mean scrambled egg.
I had no idea movie stars spent any time in the kitchen.
I like to cook, he said, as he tried to hold the bowl still while trying to beat the egg, but he could only use his elbow. It wasn't working too well. The bowl slid on the counter and almost fell off.
Stephanie hopped off her stool and came over to him. Here, I'll hold it still for you. She stood close to him. Her hair smelled of something sweet he couldn't quite put his finger on. Lavender, maybe? He almost leaned over to smell it, but decided that might be creepy.
Thanks.
She smiled up at him, then she jabbed him in his side. By the way, you're a nerd bucket for what you said to Amanda.
He chuckled. She told you that?
Yes. You are an impossible flirt. And you should know, I agreed to go on a date with you. I didn't agree to anything else. He stopped beating the eggs and looked at her.
I was just kidding around.
Sort of. Okay, that was a total lie. He was hoping to use the knowledge Amanda gave him soon. She tilted her head up a fraction. He was so close to her, a few more inches and his lips would be touching hers. Are you certain? She asked. His heart pounded. The only thing he was certain of was that he wanted to kiss her right now. But he would never do that without her permission. And right now, she wasn't giving it.
Do you think these eggs are beat enough?
Stephanie examined the bowl. Yes. She picked up the bowl and dumped the contents into the frying pan. He turned on the burner and grabbed a spatula.
Can you hold the pan while I cook the eggs?
Sure. It was a disappointment when the eggs were done and Stephanie took a step back from him. He rather liked standing so close he could feel the heat coming off her skin. Stephanie scraped the eggs onto 2 plates. Where's the bacon?
I already put some in the microwave.
He hit a couple of buttons and started the oven going.
They'll be done in a second. Have a seat.
He once again pointed to the bar stools. Stephanie sat down.
Do you want some juice?
She nodded. Sure. After breakfast was served, he sat next to Stephanie. He watched her take the first bite. She nodded and then smiled. Not bad. He scoffed.
You wound me, girl, at every chance you get.
She laughed and shook her head. Okay, I take it back. They're good. You're a fine one-armed cook. He smiled and scooped up a forkful of eggs.
That's better.
They ate in silence for a few moments before he swallowed and sat back.
So, what time do I need to show up at the drama club booth?
Stephanie pulled out her phone. You'll want to read this. She handed him her phone.
What is this?
The conversation between me and Marissa. Brandon scrolled to where he'd sent his text.
Brandon Travers said he'd run a kissing booth. Thank me later.
He'd sent that text last night, but the answer didn't come in until this morning. Were you drunk last night? No. Brandon Travers is here. He told me he'd do it. He should make the drama club quite a bit of money. Marissa sent a frowny face emoji. Are you making fun of me? No! Why would you say that? Because Brandon Travers is a famous actor. There's no way you know him. I do, and he's here. That just shows how much you know. He was in a terrible car accident last weekend. He's still in the hospital. I don't know why you're messing with me. You could have just said you didn't want to do the booth. I got someone else anyway. Brandon tossed her phone on the counter.
Well, she sounds like a bucket of fun. Maybe it's okay that she doesn't believe you. I'd rather just spend the evening with you anyway.
He stood and picked up her plate.
I'm sure we can find something fun to do.
He winked at her. Stop being such a flirt. Stephanie scowled, but he could see a hint of a smile behind her eyes.
You like me. Admit it.
He put the plate in the sink and then turned and gave her a sexy grin. But inside, he was holding his breath, waiting for her to answer him. She shrugged. You're all right. He laughed. He'd take it.
What do you want to do now?
A look crossed her face, and she fiddled with the hem of her blouse. I have something I need to do, but it might seem boring to you.
What is it?
I have to memorize my lines for the upcoming play I'm in. He grinned.
Let's do it.
Chapter 25. Stephanie groaned and leaned back against the couch in her living room. I'm never going to get it. Brandon chuckled beside her and leaned closer, showing her the script.
You can do it. Come on, it's a piece of cake.
Usually memorizing lines isn't this hard. Why is it so hard this time? Stephanie looked into Brandon's blue eyes and knew immediately. He was distracting her. Big time. He not only looked amazing in his button-down shirt, but he smelled like heaven. And his eyes, don't even get her started on how stunning they were. It was like looking into another dimension. Looking into his eyes made her feel like the floor had dropped out from under her and she was floating in midair.
You just have to get used to the script. Here,
he said, rummaging through her backpack. He pulled out a notebook.
Take this.
Why? She asked, but she took it anyway.
Because writing down my lines always helps me.
He held out the script to her so she could read it.
Try it. Write them all down and see if it doesn't help.
Okay. She started transcribing the lines. This really works for you?
Yes. It helps make the words solid in my mind, if that makes sense. There's something physical about writing them out that makes it stick then for me.
Huh. Stephanie copied the page, then the next, until she'd copied the entire scene.
Okay, now, put it away, and we'll run lines again.
All right. This time, she was able to remember almost all of her lines. She only had trouble in a couple of places. She laughed when they got done and slapped his knee. You're right! That totally helped.
See? I'm a genius. You should remember that.
She gave him a massive eye roll. And famous actors are self-absorbed. You should remember that. His mouth dropped open and he let out a gasp.
You are insufferable, woman.
And you are incorrigible. Amanda walked into the room and made a gagging noise. Oh my gosh. Is that how you guys flirt with each other? Because it's just wrong. Cole walked into the room after her. He swatted her side.
Leave them alone.
He grinned.
I think it's cute.
Brandon slung his arm around Stephanie.
You must be Amanda.
Amanda grinned. And this is Cole, my boyfriend. Don't worry, we're not staying or anything. We just came in to get some lunch. She waved and then tugged Cole into the kitchen.
She's cute,
Brandon said. Stephanie gave him a dirty look. What did you say? Brandon's eyes widened.
I meant in like a familial way. She's your cute younger sister. That's all I meant. I swear.
It was kind of adorable how much he was backpedaling at the moment. Stephanie smiled and poked his side. You'd better have meant that. He made a cross signal over his chest.
I only have eyes for you, babe.
She winced. Don't ever call me babe. Brandon leaned close to her, his breath tickling her cheek. Her heart jumped at his proximity.
Why must you be so difficult?
He said, his voice low. A cheesy grin threatened to appear on her face. Nothing worth having comes easy. He swallowed, his gaze traveling down her face to her lips, then back up to her eyes.
I don't even know what to say to that. I think you're purposefully confusing me.
And he was totally muddling her brain. Why did he have to smell so good? She tried to inch back, but he just pressed closer to her. She swallowed. Why would I do that? Brandon blinked, and she noticed how long his eyelashes were. Why did that look so sexy?
Because you don't want me to kiss you?
That wasn't true at all. She wanted to kiss him. She just didn't want him to break her heart. She gently shoved him back. Let's go over my lines one more time. Brandon sighed and then nodded.
Sure.
Stephanie grinned as she watched Brandon race to get into the car. She slid into the driver's seat and buckled. Why are you so excited to go to the Harvest Festival?
I don't know. It was fun as a kid. Do they still set up those rides?
Yeah, but they're nothing. Just a few small ones.
And food stands?
She chuckled and nodded. Yes, all the greasy food you could want. He bounced in his seat.
Let's go. I'm starved.
You're like a little kid. I've never seen you like this. He tugged on his baseball cap. No one knows who I am here yet. I didn't realize how fun this would be. I can go out in public and not get mobbed. How's your arm? She motioned to his sling. It's fine. She raised one eyebrow. You're lying again. Geesh, vlogger girl. I don't know how you do that. Yes, it hurts, but I can take more pain meds in 30 minutes, so I'll be fine. Let's get to the fun. He motioned for her to get on the road. All right. She pulled out of the driveway and onto the street. The first thing I want to do is meet Marissa. Stephanie made a face. Why? To see her face when she realizes she turned me down at the kissing booth. He grinned and raised his eyebrows. You're so petty. But she laughed anyway at the thought of him showing off. I know. It's the little things. When they got to the fairgrounds, Stephanie found a place to park, and they got out of the car. The booths are this way, she said, motioning, in the 4-H building. Brandon fell into step beside her. Are you feeling better about your lines for the musical? Yes. Thank you for helping me with them. Of course. He gave her a sly smile. I could have helped you with the kissing scene, you know. Stephanie stuck out her tongue at him, but couldn't hide the smile that crept onto her face. You are such a nerd. They entered the 4-H building and walked down the row of booths until they got to the one with the Rockford High Drama Club sign. There were 2 kissing booths set up. Gabe, the quarterback, stood behind one, and Becky, one of the cheerleaders, stood behind the other. Marissa sat at a table collecting money. Brandon walked up to the table and stuck out his good hand. Hi, you must be Marissa, he said in his smooth actor voice. Marissa shook his hand, then did a double take. Her gaze bounced from Brandon to Stephanie, then back again. She narrowed her eyes at Stephanie. Where did you find a Brandon Travers lookalike so fast? Brandon flashed an annoyed look at Stephanie before he turned back to Marissa. I'm not a lookalike. I am Brandon. You can't be. Brandon is still in the hospital. He was in a car. Her gaze landed on Brandon's arm in a sling. Accident, she said quietly. Yep, I was. Marissa stared at him, then shook her head. You're good, I'll give you that. She turned to Stephanie. You did all this to get out of standing at the booth? I wonder why you picked Brandon Travers of all people. You know how scummy he is, right? Did you read what Alicia Waterstone posted this morning? Marissa frowned and crossed her arms. He's a complete dirtbag. Stephanie could see Brandon's neck turning red, and she quickly ushered him away from the booth. It's not worth it, she said, her voice low as they walked past a booth selling caramel popcorn, the smell making her hungry. Brandon's lips turned down in a frown. How could she not think it's me? Why would she? We're in Podunk Town, Wisconsin. Plus, you have your trusty disguise on. She tapped the brim of his hat. Brandon pulled out his phone and swiped his thumb across the screen. I guess it's her loss. He didn't look up from his phone. What are you doing? I have to find out what Alicia said about me. Stephanie's steps slowed as she stayed with Brandon. He stared at his phone, his face draining of color. He swore under his breath and scrubbed a hand over his face. She leaned over to see what he was looking at, but he turned off his phone and put it in his pocket. He looked like he was going to faint or something, his hands shaking. What did she say? Brandon shook his head, his gaze darting around the room. I can't believe her. It's total BS. What is? Brandon finally looked at her, his eyes wide, almost wild-looking. Nothing. Don't go on the internet today. He winced. Please. Why? Is it that bad?
It's bad, he whispered, and not true.
Stephanie waved her hand, dismissing it. Then it will blow over. I mean, how bad can it be if she's making it up? Won't people figure out the truth? Brandon swallowed, but looked like he was about to throw up.
Just promise me you won't go look at what she posted. I'll call my people, try to get her to take it down.
He looked around again.
I have to go make a phone call. Can you wait for me?
All right, Stephanie said, motioning to a bench. I'll be over there. Brandon nodded and then darted off toward the door. She watched him leave the building. Man, he looked to be in a panic. Whatever Alicia posted really got him upset. And that made her super curious, but she had promised. So she sat down on the bench and tried not to take her phone out of her pocket. She watched people walk around the building, stopping at booths and buying snacks. She could smell beef jerky being made somewhere nearby, and it was making her hungry. But she wanted to wait for Brandon before she bought any. The seconds turned into minutes as she sat and waited. Her phone vibrated in her pocket and she pulled it out. A text from Jade came through. The internet is blowing up with what Alicia posted. Girl, are you with Brandon right now? You might want to rethink your involvement with him. Just saying. Her hands grew sweaty as she responded. He said it was all lies. He's calling his people now to get her to retract it. Did you see her post? No. Stephanie's foot bounced as she waited for a reply. What had Alicia said anyway? How could Jade believe it? She'd spent last night with Brandon. How could her opinion of him change so suddenly? Jade's response came back. She posted a video. Don't know how it could be lies. Looks pretty real to me. Is he with you? I'm worried for you. A lump formed in Stephanie's throat, and she swallowed it back. Why are you worried? Because I don't want you to get hurt again. Looks like Brandon might be more like Kyle than we thought. Kyle's name jumped off the screen at her, and she sucked in a breath. What are you talking about? The video. Sheesh, girl, just watch it, okay? A link appeared next, and Stephanie glanced around to see if Brandon was coming back yet. When she didn't see him, she pressed the link. It only took a second before Alicia's post came up. The video was first. She pressed the play button, and Brandon's face appeared on her screen. He looked drunk. He was talking, and with the noise in the center, Stephanie had to put the phone to her ear to hear it. As she listened to his drunken rambling, she realized what she was hearing. He was trying to get Alicia to sleep with him. Chapter 26. Stephanie turned off the video, her fingers numb. As she read Alicia's confession, bile rose in her throat. She said she had thought Brandon was her boyfriend, but after they slept together, he started telling people he hated her. Stephanie knew that part was true. She'd heard him talk about Alicia last night. He definitely hated her. The thought of Brandon spending the night with someone he hated made her sick to her stomach. Why would he do that? She could only think of one reason, and that meant he was a selfish pig. Her first instinct was right. She should have stayed away from him. She texted Jade back. Ugh, that was horrible. I know, right? I'm so sorry. I kind of liked him, but now? She sent a throwing up emoji. That was exactly how Stephanie felt. She suddenly couldn't stand the smells of food that were coming at her. She glanced once more at the door, but Brandon wasn't returning. What was she doing? Waiting for him to come back? Why would she do that? Brandon was just like Kyle, willing to do anything for his own selfish pleasure. He told her what Alicia said was all lies, but how could she lie about a video? It was obviously Brandon. And he was after the same thing Kyle was. It made her sick to think about it. Was that what she was to him? A challenge? Some sick game to see if he could turn his harshest critic into a fangirl by sleeping with him? She wondered if he even really liked her at all. She stood and headed in the opposite direction. She wasn't going to sit there and wait for him anymore. He could call his aunt for a ride home. She was done being his next target. Tears stung her eyes as she walked outside, the cold air blasting her in the face. The sun had already gone down, and the temperature had dropped with it. She headed toward her car. When she sat down in the driver's seat, she texted Jade back. "I'm leaving the festival. Brandon can find his own way home. I'm done with him. Are you okay?" The words blurred as she tried to respond, her tears filling her eyes and then spilling over down her cheeks. "I'll be fine. Girl, I know you. You really liked him. You've got to be really upset." Stephanie took in a shaky breath and let it out slowly. "Yeah, I am, but I will get through it. Call me later, okay?" "'Kay." Stephanie tossed her phone into her cup holder and pulled out of the gravel parking lot. On her way home, her phone chimed. She glanced at it and saw it was a text from Brandon. She huffed and ignored it. By the time she got home, he'd texted 3 more times.
Hey, just got done. I can't find you. Where are you? Did you leave the 4-H building? Are you upset? I'm sorry it took so long. Did you leave? I can't find your car.
She scowled and stuffed her phone in her pocket. As she walked into the house, her phone rang. It was Brandon. She declined the call and went into her room, slamming the door. No one else was home to hear it, but it felt satisfying anyway to make the room shake. Another text came.
You looked up Alicia's post, didn't you? I can explain. Please call me.
Anger swept through her and she pounded out a text back to him as she sat on her bed. Jade sent me a link. Said it was important for me to see it. How could you? I can't even right now.
I told you she lied. I didn't sleep with her.
Sure looked like you did.
Can we talk, please?
She didn't want to talk to him right now. She didn't know what to believe, and talking to him would only confuse her more. She fired back a text. Not right now. I need some space. Leave me alone. Don't call or text me. She hit send and then turned off her phone. Tears filled her eyes again, and she laid down, pressing her face into her pillow. She couldn't believe how quickly he convinced her that he was a good guy. It was like Kyle, all over again. Did he make a bet with his superstar friends? Had he been laughing behind her back this whole time? She should have known it was going to be like this the second he said he was coming to Rockford. He was a flirt. She knew that even from talking online to him. In person, he was impossible to resist. How stupid she'd been. She cried for another hour before she fell asleep, not even taking off her shoes. Brandon called Stephanie again, only to get the same recorded message that her phone was off. He let out a frustrated grunt and shoved his phone into the pocket of his leather jacket. Why had Alicia posted that stupid video? He was going to kill her the next time he saw her. He no longer cared who her father was. She was dead meat. He walked past a food cart selling fried Twinkies. He did a double take. Was that a thing? He shook his head and kept walking. He didn't want to call his aunt and let her know what happened. He'd rather walk home than admit Stephanie left him there. He exited the fairgrounds and crossed the street. After checking his phone for directions, he headed south. It was dark, but the street was well lit with street lamps. Hopefully it wouldn't take him too long to walk home. It was cold out. Why hadn't Stephanie let him talk to her? He would have explained. That video was just a stupid prank. Yes, he'd been drunk, but he hadn't slept with her. And he probably never should have left that video on her phone, but Alicia deserved it. She was being such a snob that night. He was just trying to mess with her. He rubbed his forehead as he jaunted across the street. How was he going to get Stephanie to listen to him? He wasn't that kind of guy. Sure, he'd made mistakes in the past, but he wasn't a heartless jerk. He wasn't about to hurt Stephanie. He'd do anything to protect her. His phone rang and he jumped, startled at the sound. Was she ready to talk? He pulled his phone out, only to see it wasn't Stephanie, but his manager. "Talk to me," he said. "Alicia took the post down, but I can't guarantee you won't find copies of it floating around. We're working on finding them and getting them down, but you know how things spread on the internet. It's a mess." Brandon exhaled. "Thanks for working on this for me." "Sure. But you know, if you hadn't made that video in the first place, this wouldn't have happened." "I know." He had no energy left to be mad at Rex. The man was right anyway. Brandon knew he'd messed up big time. He was done with the party scene, for good. It only screwed up his life. "I'll call you later." "Okay." He hung up with Rex, then checked his location on his phone. Only 2 miles left to walk. He sighed and pocketed his phone. This had turned out to be one really crappy day. Chapter 27. Stephanie opened her locker door and a note fluttered to the floor. Another one. She sighed and picked it up. She knew who it was from. She'd gotten one a day for the past 3 weeks. Her fingers shook as she unfolded it. "Hey, vlogger girl. I hope you had a nice Thursday. Mine kind of sucked, but that's okay. I found out that I totally bombed my chemistry test and have to retake it. This public school thing is harder than I thought it would be. But I am getting an A in my speech class, so that's good, right? I think my teacher has a crush on me. Don't tell anyone. She's ancient, like in her 30s, but she laughs at all my jokes and blushes when I wink at her. Maybe that's why I'm getting an A? My dad and mom are officially back together. I honestly don't know what to think about it, but it is what it is. I think my mom is happier, so that's good. And my dad is flying here to take me to a Packers game this weekend. At least he's making an effort. I can tell he's really trying. We even talked on the phone for 2 hours last night. Color me shocked. My arm is getting better. I start physical therapy next week. I'm a bit scared because I know it's going to hurt, but it's necessary. I'll grit my way through it. You'll be my inspiration, vlogger girl. I know how much you want me to wrap my arms around you. Wait, did I really just write that? Oh man, that was sappy and stupid. Just ignore that. I know you hate me right now. Speaking of you hating me, are you ever going to forgive me for being dumb and drunk and making a stupid video on Alicia's phone? You know the truth now about that whole thing, so I'm not going to say it again. I just want you to know how I am sorry that I made that video in the first place. I was dumb, but it's never going to happen again. I totally gave up drinking. You know that, right? Anyway, I think my speech teacher is watching me write this. She keeps giving me sideways glances. Or maybe she's flirting with me? I'd better stop. She no longer looks flirty. She looks mad. Have a good Thursday evening. I know you have your play practice after school. You don't know this, but I sneaked into the theater yesterday to watch rehearsals. You are as amazing on stage as you are on your vlog. Keep going like this and you'll find yourself on Broadway soon. You have an amazing singing voice. How come you never told me that? Okay, I really have to put this away now. The teacher is giving me the stink eye. Love, Brandon.
She stared at the last 2 words on the page. He always signed his notes, Love, Brandon. At first, it made her mad. Who was he to say he loved her? But over the last 3 weeks, she'd softened. She touched the words, the imprint of his pen causing an indent in the paper. 3 weeks ago, she would have said it was impossible for him to love her. But the notes kept coming, every day, even when she ignored him in the hallways, wouldn't answer his texts or calls, and had basically shut him out of her life. Anyone else would have taken the hint and given up. But he didn't. He was waiting for her to forgive him. She drew in a breath as she realized this. Why was she being so stubborn? She believed him about Alicia. At least, she wanted to. And these notes he'd been leaving for her, they were somehow intimate. He was sharing private information with her. Things that she could really hurt him with if she made them public. But his notes just proved that he trusted her. She wiped a tear off her cheek. Was she crying? That was stupid. She folded up the note and was about to stuff it in her backpack when she smelled Brandon's cologne. Did the note smell like him? She sniffed it, but it just smelled like paper.
Hey.
She whirled around to find Brandon standing behind her.
Gah, he must think she's an idiot, smelling his note.
Heat tinged her cheeks as she tried to ignore the fact that she just made a fool of herself. She swallowed. Hey.
I see you got my note.
She nodded. Yeah. Brandon hooked his thumb in his jeans pocket, the one that wasn't in a sling. He looked like he was studying her.
You okay?
Yeah. She was completely fine. It wasn't like a movie star that she'd been shunning the past 3 weeks was standing right before her, looking like a gorgeous Greek god or anything. Not at all intimidating. She was fine.
So, do you mind if I walk with you to the auditorium?
Rehearsals. Right. That's what she was doing right now. Going to the auditorium. Okay, she managed to say between gulps of air. He fell into step beside her. As they walked, several students yelled at Brandon, high-fived him, or just stared at him. His first day of school, the news finally broke that he was indeed the actual Brandon Travers, and he was going to be finishing his senior year at their high school. Brandon had stopped wearing his hat, and the kids at school were starting to calm down about it. He leaned closer to her.
You been reading my notes?
She nodded, feeling a bit stupid.
Are you ready to talk to me?
She glanced at him, and his blue eyes took her breath away. Yes, she was ready to talk to him, to forgive him, to marry him and have little baby Brandons running around. She wiped her hands on her jeans and nodded again. Can we talk after rehearsals? He smiled at her, and her world shifted.
Yes, I'll wait for you.
Those words shouldn't have caused an avalanche of feelings to pile up inside her stomach, but they did.
She smiled back at him. Thanks. She had a hard time concentrating during the rehearsals. Luckily, they were working on a few scenes where she wasn't on stage, so she was able to catch a bit of a break. When 6 o'clock rolled around, she was ready to talk to Brandon. She exited the auditorium with Jade. She didn't have a part, but she was helping with the lights and backstage stuff. When Jade saw Brandon in the hallway leaning against the lockers, she elbowed Stephanie. I guess I'll see you later. She mouthed, "Call me," as she walked backwards down the hallway. Stephanie had told her what happened, and Jade was all for a makeup session. Brandon came up to her. Want to go eat? Yes, I'm starved. He smiled and shifted his weight. Okay, good, because the whole time I was watching you guys rehearse, my stomach was making terrible noises. They started down the hallway. I just have to get some things out of my locker. Okay. But I'm driving because my mom finally shipped my car here and it's sweet. He wiggled his eyebrows. What is it with guys and their cars? I don't get it. It's just a car. Brandon staggered backwards like she'd just punched him in the gut. Don't say things like that. You could kill me with that kind of talk. Stephanie laughed. You're such a dork. His grin widened. And you always know how to wound me. She stopped at her locker but didn't open it. Instead, she faced Brandon. It felt good to be joking with him again. Talking like nothing had happened. But something had happened. She couldn't pretend it hadn't. She twisted her fingers together. She had to get this out before she backed out of it. I'm sorry I didn't let you talk to me that day. I probably should have. I was just upset and thinking you were exactly like the kind of guy I wanted to stay far away from. He opened his mouth to say something, but she put one finger over his lips. Wait, I have to say all this before I lose my nerve. They were alone in the hallway now. Brandon gave her a slight nod. Her finger still rested on his lips. They were softer than she'd expected, and it was sending crazy electric pulses through her. She slowly removed her hand. I was upset with myself for falling for another guy who used women. She rushed ahead when she saw his lips part again. I assumed you were like that because of that video, and because of your reputation online. But I've gotten to know you better these last few weeks. The letters you've written me. She paused, emotions swelling in her throat. She couldn't cry, not right now. When she got a hold of herself, she continued. You've opened up to me. You've been raw with me. Allowed me to see the person inside of you. She looked down at the floor. The real Brandon Travers who isn't a movie star. He's just a regular guy who has problems and feelings like everyone else. Brandon hooked a finger under her chin and tilted her head up so she would look at him. His gaze was so intense, a shudder ran through her. Can I speak now? She had lost the ability to say anything else with his stunning blue eyes gazing into her own. She nodded. I don't blame you for getting upset. You were hurt in a way I can't even imagine. It makes me crazy to think about, actually. You don't know how hard it is for me not to go make a fool of myself by beating up this Kyle jerk. He paused and clenched his jaw. But I'm restraining myself because I'm injured, for one, and because I know that's not what you want. His fingers grazed over her cheek, catching a tear she'd let fall. Why was she crying? It was so stupid that she was crying, but she couldn't stop. He caressed her cheek. I'm not the same guy you saw in that video. I've changed. I'm not going back to that life. Her heart jumped and she stared at him. You're not going back to Hollywood? His lips pulled down into a frown.
I have to go back there. That's my job. But I'm not going to be that person again. That life is over.
His gaze softened and he inched closer.
I hope you can believe me.
She nodded, her throat dry. I do. He had told her so much through his letters. He'd opened up to her. She knew he was telling the truth.
And I hope you know I would never, ever hurt you.
I believe you. He swallowed and his fingers gently touched her lips.
I have something to ask you.
Yes! The word was out before she even thought about it, but she knew she meant it. She could see he wanted to kiss her, and she wanted it too. He cocked his head to the side.
Yes, I can ask?
No, yes, you can kiss me.
No, yes, you're confusing me, vlogger girl.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing his lips to hers, almost touching but not quite. In case this isn't clear enough, I'll spell it out for you. I want you to kiss me, Brandon Travers. He chuckled, his minty breath brushing against her lips.
You don't have to tell me twice.
He pulled her to him with his good arm and kissed her. She closed her eyes as the sensation of his lips on hers washed over her, sending electric currents through her. She'd thought about kissing Brandon ever since he arrived in Rockford, but she never could have imagined how it would feel to actually kiss him. If they gave out awards for it, he'd get the highest one. She felt like she was falling down a long tube with no bottom in sight. But it was a pleasant feeling, like floating or falling in love. He teased her lips with his, then pulled back and smiled.
This is nice, but it's not what I was going to ask you.
She let out a gasp. What? His smile widened.
I just wanted to know if you would be my girlfriend. But I kind of liked your assumption better.
He leaned in again, his lips brushing against her own. She got lost in his kiss, lost in the way it felt to be so close to him. She didn't want to let go. When she finally pulled back, she rested her cheek on his shoulder. Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I'll be your girlfriend, Brandon Travers. He kissed her forehead.
Good. Because if you said no, I would have been mortally wounded.
She smiled up at him, her insides warming. She never thought she'd be dating a famous actor. If someone would have told her this 6 months ago, she would have thought they were crazy. But right now, she couldn't think of another person she'd rather be with. She felt safe with him. She trusted him. And at that moment, she gave him her heart.
Thank you for listening to my book. If you've enjoyed this book, you might also enjoy Isabella and the Slipper, a Cinderella retelling. When Isabella accidentally switches phones with Chase Hawkins, the hottest guy in school, she finds herself making an unexpected connection with her secret crush. There's only one problem: her awful stepmother and 2 horrible stepsisters would freak out if they knew. Plus, she's sure Chase will run if he finds out he's been texting the school nobody. But things get interesting when he gets paired up with her in physics class. Will it blow her cover? Start listening today.